Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Squid Junction 35, the first Squid Junction of the new year of 2023. I am Broken Pinky, joined on the commentary mics with Weef. And Weef, why don't you tell us just how excited you are for this tournament and this first set we have with Ataraxia versus Inked.
It is a beautiful day in Splatsville. Well, a beautiful night. Everyone's out here battling out their taste preferences, but we are here with some amazing matches coming up. Like we said, round one, Ataraxia versus Inked. Looking real forward to it. I've looked at the competitors tonight, and the competition is definitely going to be fierce. How do you feel? I'm curious on how you feel.
The competition will certainly be fierce, and while there is a Splatfest going on, we will try to make sure that we keep you guys nice and entertained on that commentary block, just to make sure. Once again, round one, we have Ataraxia versus Inked going into the first match of this tournament. And Weef, do you have any sort of thoughts going into this first set?
We just keep asking each other what our thoughts are. Well, my predictions is because the patch hasn't come yet, we're gonna see a lot of crab, as always. But teams always can surprise you with like the weird comps that people have been trying out. I know that Bo's been pretty popular. I know that certain other people have been trying to desperately figure out what to run against crab, and so seeing if any teams actually pull out something kind of unique is going to be, we might see it.
Absolutely. It does seem that the question to be answered for this meta is how do you solve the crab problem, and it looks like we're gonna see if we can get our first answer here as we go on to Splatzone's Hagglefish for game one.
Ooh, we see the Nautilus. That's not too common.
Yeah, Nautilus is certainly rare, as is the E-Leader. Is sort of dropping off in popularity, especially the scoped variant, but we do see a more standard comp on the side of Ataraxia compared to Inked, repping that Nautilus, repping that vanilla shot. No crabs on the side of Inked, which is kind of curious considering how strong it is. But right off the bat, we do see Inked taking control of that left flank with that Nautilus, taking the machine down right away, and that Nautilus is definitely getting pressured heavily. Manage to take out the splash with a crucial trade. Unfortunately, Ataraxia seems to be contesting the zone more, but two go down to the side of Ataraxia, and Inked is the first one to seize control of the zone.
Yeah, it's not something you see too often, but they definitely just proved there that even though the kit isn't the greatest, the main weapon is still a force to be reckoned with. We see the first crab, I believe, of the match going out along with a wave breaker, getting their specials out. Crab gets moved by a booyah, but they're really going to test the zone, see if they can get it, but they actually end up not getting it and end up wasting a few of their resources, but they do get the cap right there.
Yeah, getting that penalty onto Inked is so nice. Even if they only push it to 72, every point seems to matter on Splat zones, especially on a map like Hagglefish. And we still see some contestment of the zone, but it does seem that Ataraxia is the one in control, and they're trying to push forward. We do see a beautiful snipe of the E-Leader on the side of Inked, trying to stay safe from the burst bombs on the tent area, but the E-Leader just keeps getting pressured, and even though they were able to hit an amazing shot, that is not going to be enough to stop Ataraxia from getting this lead. Now to the E-Leader push forward with the wave breaker, trying to throw it in zone, get some sort of normalized control. And it does seem like Inked is going to get the cap. They do get it. And now they're going to see if they can, chew back through the penalty. We do see them not get a nice double kill on the right side of the map. Absolutely beautiful plays. Showing why, again, Nautilus is a very viable option in this meta.
Oh yeah, it's amazing to see. And Inked looks like the lead's going to swap again as they have a good control of the zone. It is a little bit contested right now, but the crab's coming out, and it is they still hold on. They're managing to hold on despite the booyahs, despite the crabs. Everything's coming out, and they're still not getting that penalty applied. But it finally does come. But they're about even in terms of penalty, and it's really anyone's game here. But the three do go down on the side of Inked, and Ataraxia is getting the chance to move in pretty hard here.
Yeah, rarely do you see such a back and forth game one in just the first set of the tournament. But Ataraxia does seem to have a pretty dominant control. They've painted pretty far up and pretty completely in their own ink color, just making it really hard for Ink to make an approach. And we do see the machine trade, one machine down in both teams. It's a 3v3 scenario, but Ataraxia is down with their penalty, and they're pushing it well into the 30s, and Ink is going to have to respond. We do see the Nautilus pushing up into the zone with the Ink Storm. We do see the Trizuka as well from the splatter shot, and that is going to be another zone flip. These caps are just flipping left and right, but this crab is going to be here, try to contest it. The crab does get the Nautilus trying to sneak around to it, and it looks like Ataraxia is going to get the zone flipped back into their favor once again. And this penalty on Inked is just going to keep going up, and Ataraxia is just continued to go down for a while.
Even though it didn't last for too long, Inked really, after their plat was basically taken over by Ataraxia, had a textbook example of how to get out of a lockout like that. They got their specials, they waited patiently, and it looks like they are going to get pushed way back onto their pod again. People are chasing, the Splatter Shot's getting chased. And they have specials ready, and they could just potentially get it back out. But the clock is ticking, and they are running out of time before the zone timer is just going to get worn down more and more, and they're going to have to fight harder and harder for that lead again. So Izuka come out desperately fishing for a pick, and the zone does start to flip again. We can see they might actually get it, and they do. Now, they only have about 20 points of checkpoint, of penalty to go through before they can start chewing down their points, but it's not like it's 2 points per second basically, and it doesn't take that long for the zone to flip. So hopefully, I just keep getting lost in my words. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay, don't worry about it, because, I mean, hey, this game's been very hard to keep track of. We just see the Nautilus once again go for a nice trade, barely misses the 2-for-1, but the machine is there to clean it up. That's 3 dead on the side of Ataraxia, and Inked might be taking this place to sort of control Ataraxia's beautiful snipe on the machine from the E-Leader. Now the E-Leader's really far pushed up. It's going to be a sniper battle to see if Ataraxia's E-Leader could go down. That would be amazing news for Inked. The Nautilus is just respawning, so Inked will have all their manpower, and it's a beautiful snipe on the E-Leader too. That might just seal it. E-Leader's very powerful on this map. We just did double grab on the tent of Ataraxia though, and that's going to be very hard to outpaint. It is just the E-Leader in zone, but they managed to contest it by themselves, and now the lead's only 5 points away from switching. It's going to be the Nautilus. There's barely been in the zone. Oh, they just get the cap, and it's just the E-Leader by themselves, and I think it's going to be Ataraxia getting the final flip. 5 seconds left in the game. Inked was not quite able to make it happen. The great effort. They got so close, but too many of them went down at the end. They lost too much control, and it's going to be Ataraxia taking game 1 of the series.
What a great first game. It was neck and neck that entire time, and I was on the edge of my seat in that last little bit where Inked looked like they were about to take control, or take the lead actually. That leader was taking some really aggressive positioning, and you almost never see leaders going for leaders or backlines going for backlines, but they were just like, that leader was just trying so hard to get a pick that would matter and would get them in, and they were so close, but they flew a little bit too close to the sun and got taken out. Yeah, beautiful game one. Beautiful game one.
It's a heartbreaking ending, but I mean, that just goes to show how close these two teams are matched. 1 point difference separated the lead being taken, and that's one way to start the set. We might see a 3-game series in the first set of the tournament, which would be kind of surprising in my opinion. And it's going to come down to see how Inked can kind of bounce back from that. It must have shaken their mental, but right now we have game 2 on Rainmaker Eeltail Alley. And what do you think we can expect to see on this map?
So based on Inked didn't run, and like we said, they didn't run any crabs on that map, which is a really interesting choice. And so they might have, been experimenting, seeing if they could take a game without a crab, and we might see some come out as a bit of a rebound just to like really try and keep themselves in. But so it's I think it's half or half whether we'll see them pull out a splash or a V-dualies or something. Other than that, like, Rainmaker is a very different game than Hagglefish Zones, and this is certainly an interesting map. So it's anyway, like, we could see anything.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I think that's notable is that we might see some of the E-Leaders be put away in favor of other backlines. Notably, the one that comes to mind is the Splatter Scope, especially on a map like Eeltail Alley. Pushing over that uninkable bridge area into spawn to get that knockout is so much easier with an Ink Vac, which the Splatter Scope will provide. But we're gonna have to see if any comp or strategy changes come from both sides. We might also see something exchanged from the Nautilus for a bit better shield damage. But with that said, I believe we are heading right into game 2 of the series. Once again, it's Ataraxia versus Inked. If Ataraxia is able to win this game, they will progress through winner's bracket 2 with a 2-0 victory. So it's all gonna come down to here on Rainmaker Eeltail, and we do see the same comp on the side of Inked. And we do see a Splatter Scope on the side of Ataraxia.
Oh, yeah. You called it. They opted to keep that double crab and a machine, which is like a staple of this meta. But the Splatter Scope isn't really. I mean, the vacuum is really great, and Rainmaker especially. And we see Inked get that first pop. Burst bombs coming out. The E-Leader gets taken out. 2 down on the side of Inked, and it looks like the Splash is going to go ahead and pick up that Rainmaker and go for it, as it's a full wipeout on the side of Inked.
Beautiful, beautiful opening push on the side of Ataraxia, just getting an immediate team wipe and getting the first checkpoint in the first 30 seconds. And now they're already pushing for knockout. They got to 29 points without even needing to use the bridge. Got it down to 26. Didn't even need the uninkable, didn't need an ink vac, none of that. And there's still people in Ataraxia alive and well, and they're fully ready to just keep this area, keep control of it. We do see the splatter scope back up just a little bit, but still keeping plenty of control. And you can kind of see that Inks feels a little uneasy on that. Like, that's a very strong opening push, getting it all the way down to 26. And we're just 60 seconds into this game, and the shot just immediately gets sniped by the splat charger, too. These people on Inks are just kind of going down left and right, and at the moment, Ataraxia is just running away with the momentum.
Yeah. After a really close game like that first one, a really strong opening push is going to have your mental shaken because, like, what if it was a fluke? What if we actually weren't that close? But we just see them really kind of rushing back in and just getting picked as the Ataraxia goes for yet another push. The crab goes out, meaning that it's going to be very hard for them to get back in. And they go are opting for the uninkable route this time, and the crab is rushing forward with them. The pedestal is painted, but they do go 2 down, which could mark the end of their push. But if people are still there, they are going to be jumping right back in. But 3 do go down. It looks like it is going to be finally the end of that push. Inks is really going to be scrapping to take control of mid and try to get as much control as they can before they have to make another push.
Ataraxia made one heck of a play to open it up, getting it all the way down to 17. Once again, the splatter scope is going to catch the shot, going too greedy. 3 go down to the side of Inks, actually.
Ooh, wow.
It's just the charger down on Ataraxia, and while they did choose to make it the Rainmaker carrier, this is a golden opportunity for a push, even if only 2 of them are alive. Most of them can still jump back. It is one of the splashers taking the Rainmaker once again, and Ataraxia's fully content to just stall out this area, because the longer they can prevent Inks from grabbing the Rainmaker, the more that they can prevent Inks making a push of their own.
Yeah, no, it's so difficult to get out of a situation like this, especially if you're starting to doubt yourself and your mental is shaking and you're starting to make a little bit more sloppy plays, and it can snowball really hard. But if they can keep a clear head, it's not over until it's over. It's not like, especially on Rainmaker, it's not over until you dunk the final pedestal. And with specials, and looks like they're starting to finally be able to make a push. If they can get a solid foothold, their mental can, really swing back, and they can start feeling confident about themselves. 2 down on the side of Ataraxia, meaning that it is a golden opportunity. Even though they are in a bit of a weird spot on the right, they can definitely still get this checkpoint here.
Yeah, it really is a battle for that right side right now, as that is where Inks is choosing to push. We do see the E-Leader pushed up fairly aggressively. The Rainmaker is going to rotate left, but not quite able to get that checkpoint. Gets stopped right at 59, and we see the shot trying to shark, but they just get caught out immediately by the machine. And it's just the E-Leader. The Nautilus is coming from spawn, and that push from Inks kind of just fizzled out. And there's only a minute and a half left. They not only have to break the checkpoint, but they have to get up all the way to 16. And on this map, that means that they're probably going to have to take either get multiple wipes and go around the right side, or get through the bridge and try to just protect themselves without an ink vacuum. And even now, even though Inks has the number advantage, Ataraxia just has so much pain in mid, but the machine is being forced to retreat. That is all of them dead, except for the Splasher just coming from spawn, and now Inks is finally going to break that first checkpoint with just a minute left on that clock. This is their chance to really make something happen. They're at 51 right now. We do see them definitely trying to get the pop. The machine is trying to move forward, just trying to clear the path a little bit. They do see the charger in front of them, and that charger is going to be the biggest obstacle should they go through the unequal bridge area. And it's coming down to it. There's 40 seconds left. Machine is holding Booyah, but no one else really seems to have specials. And right as I say that, the splash charges a crab, and I think I know where that Booyah is being targeted, but the crab is just shredding the Rainmaker, and right now it's 2 versus 2.
Ooh,
crab is able to get the machine too. That's a devastating play. Inks is still far from the lead, and they have no one to contest the Rainmaker with 20 seconds on the clock. I think it's just going to be Ataraxia just maintaining the control around the Rainmaker.
Yeah, no, this is a very rough spot, but if that E-Leader can get some nice picks, there could still be a chance for them to come back. However, they're looking like they're going to be getting in a spot where it's going to be impossible, near impossible, to get the pick on them. And, the machine tries, and eventually that is game 2 going to Ataraxia, and that is the first set.
Yeah, unfortunately, Machine can no longer hit through walls. If it could, then maybe they would have gotten that kill on the Rainmaker, but the angles just wasn't quite pristine enough, and it is going to be Ataraxia taking that first set, but
yeah.
I do have to say that Ataraxia being able to turn a very, very close game 1 into a very decisive game 2, that's commendable. That's very respectable. These two teams they seemed very evenly matched, but Ataraxia just got the opening pop, the opening wipe, and they just ran with the momentum, and Inked was never able to quite get it back, and by the time they could, too many of them were going down, and Ataraxia had too strong of a defense.
It was basically just like wipe after wipe, not full wipes, but they did get wiped out one by one, getting staggered multiple different times, and that's just so hard to come back from because your specials aren't going to be there, and you're not going to be all coordinated in the same spots, and it's just very difficult to come back from. And that really just goes to show how strong a good first push can be, because if you're not forced to play frantic like Ink was, you can kind of take your time and be able to think about your next plays and be able to hold a bit more patiently until the next opportunity for a push arises, versus Ink, who was like really just like struggling and trying to find an opportunity. We saw at the very end, right before they got that checkpoint, the clouds kind of aligned, the Ataraxia went 3 down, but unfortunately they were unable to make much of it, and that's how the set went. Now, Splat Zones, that first game was so amazingly close, but Splat Zones is like one of the most even playing grounds in the game. It's if you're gonna have a close match, it's gonna be on Splat Zones generally, and a lot of teams just kind of fall apart on other modes just because of the added complexity and the added coordination that you need to really pull something amazing off.
Yeah, exactly. If you are gonna be having a close game, it will likely be on Splat Zones, especially on a map like Hagglefish. But that was just the first set. I believe we are going to be shortly heading into a second set, but I just can't believe that was the first set of the tournament. Just so explosive off the bat, but we're going to be heading right into our second set with Electric Wind Godfist versus Rebid, and I know Smash Ultimate players, we see EWGF and we get a little scared, but I promise you it's the wrong game. We will not be getting destroyed by Kazi and Mishima.
Smash nerds. Anyway.
We're all a bunch of nerds here.
Well, if that first set is anything to come by, this is going to be an amazing night.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that we just keep getting banger after banger like this, because if so, this is going to be an amazing tournament, and I guess the job for us will be a lot easier, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah. Looking at the rosters of both of these teams, there's some really notable players on both of them, and like I'm excited. I'm thoroughly excited for this next match. I think it's going to be really close and amazing to watch. Just awesome.
Yeah, the real winner is going to be the chat in this one, because oh my goodness,
for real,
you guys are getting some amazing sets to watch. I would put down that Splatoon 3 for a second, put down that Splatfest. Those tricolor battles, they can wait.
Put down the Turf War.
This is where all the action's happening. You thought Turf War was competitive in the last 30 seconds? This tournament's going to blow that out of the water.
Yeah.
So, I do gotta ask, we did talk a lot about Crab, but what are some other spots, what are some other important things you think about the meta? You know, we did see a lot of play from that Nautilus on the side of Inked. We did see the Spider Scope, which, you know, even though it has a good niche in Rainmaker, it typically, Vacuum in general, typically doesn't seem to be that powerful. How do you think sort of teams are going to adapt to Crab, like, to Crab and to Splash and Machine just being so dominant? And what are some of the things you think we can expect to see both played with and against the sort of top 2 meta weapons in Splash and Machine?
I think a lot of players really aren't looking, like, so a lot of players are looking for options against Crab, but a lot of players are really just hoping and praying and on their knees begging that it gets nerfed in this next patch that we hope is coming in within the next week or two. But if that doesn't happen, we're gonna have to scramble to find some stuff. But I think most teams' approaches is gonna be, if you can't beat it, join it, and end up running that double slash comp that we saw from Ataraxia in the last set. But like we saw, Inked put on a really good show with a Crabless comp, and the other weapons weren't, like, Eater is very solid, Shot is very solid, the machine that we saw is also meta-defining, but, like, you can still make something like a Nautilus work in this kind of meta. It's not set in stone, it's a lot can work, which is something that I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, exactly. A skilled team can truly slay any Crabs, and it's going to be interesting to see sort of the team play and just sort of the strategies and the ideas to see, like, how we're going to beat the meta. You know, we might see I mean, hey, we might see a super hyped Platana Stamper just utterly shredding through crabs and Booyah Bombs with the new Object Shredder discoveries, and I don't know, we might see a few Spider-Man clips. Obviously, Tri-Stringer, you mentioned that a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Just picking up an insane niche in the meta, just due to the insane object damage, especially with that Object Shredder. There's also some other things. There's sort of the vanilla slosher, which is kind of falling out of favor, but it's still notable for being able to hit that Crab Rider fairly easily, a lot easier than a Charger or a Blast would be able to, especially because it does sort of that piercing damage. There's definitely a lot of ways to try and beat the meta, but of course, a crab will lose to another crab if the other crab is firing soon enough, so...
I remember somebody describing a while ago as all the splashes running Object Shredder is that, you know, it's like that kind of prisoner's gamble where, like, okay, it's better for you to run something other than Object Shredder, but if the other person's running Object Shredder, then you need to run Object Shredder, so their Object Shredder isn't kind of your Object Shredder, and it's just a whole mess. So, like, it's so interesting. It's so interesting to see how that kind of thing evolves. You mentioned Zipcaster, and I would love to see some Spider-Man clips. I think I think the general consensus is it is such a fun special to watch. It's a fun special to play, and it's something that has such a high skill ceiling that I definitely don't believe we've reached its full potential yet. Especially if we get another kit with it on it, like if we get like I know people desperately want dualies with a Zipcaster, and I think that would be amazing to watch. That'd be such a fun weapon, but. Like, there's just so much potential in it that I don't think we've even unlocked yet.
That I do agree with, and I was one of the people that was desperately hoping for the Dapple Nouveau kit to have the Zipcaster instead of the Refletter does have, but maybe we'll get a Zipcaster kit on, like, I don't know, maybe an on-parry Splat Dualies. Maybe it's feeling really adventurous, they put it on a Dualie Squelcher or a Tetra Dualie and kind of just say, you know what, the meta can deal with it, they can adapt, they can try to deal with it as best they can.
Yeah.
But, really anything can happen, and Zipcaster I just think is such a fun like knuckleball in this game where like yeah you do have pretty limited maps with pretty limited push options, but sometimes you just pop a Zipcaster, you just rush down their backline, you just break the crab in 3 hits, and you just go on your merry way, and now your team has a push opportunity again.
It's fantastic. It's one of those things where it's like if you can't use it, it's terrible, but if you can, it can do some amazing things. And that's like part of the reason why you don't see it as often is because why bother taking the risk with a Zipcaster? Why bother taking the risk with an Inkzuka or an Inkjet or a Hammer or what have you? Maybe Hammer wasn't the best example, but why do that if you can just pop a crab, get some kills because it's amazing at killing, hold zone because it's amazing at holding area, and just be invincible with your armor. That's what, like, a lot of things can work, but they're always, or not always, but almost always just outclassed by those double splash comps that you end up seeing so often.
Yeah, exactly, but I can tell you there is one big weakness of Crab, and that is farming Twitter clips. That thing is not cool at all. When's the last time you saw a Twitter clip of the Crab that you liked? Like, that special will always be kind of lame compared to some of the other options. You know, you have Spider-Man, you have the Hammer Throw, you have the Inkjet Playmakers. But just because it's cool doesn't mean it's bad. Or just because it isn't cool doesn't mean it's bad, because we obviously are seeing a lot of double splashes. But I believe we should shortly be getting into the set with Electric Wind, Godfist, and Rabid. I believe game 1 is going to be on Splatoon's Brine Water, if my sources are correct. Leaf, can you confirm that?
I believe so, yes.
Alright, we got, game 1 on Brine Water Zones, and one of the new maps brought by the Drizzle season that was recently introduced, and one of the more contentious maps because just of how it's laid out. Some people like to joke that it looks like a Tetris block, but...
It's a Tetris block? And a very small one at that. It's Wavebreaker can take up like 60% of the map, and E-Leader will cover the entire map, and we'll see. There we go. We see the E-Leader. We see a crab, which can hold a ton of the map. We see from the same side a leader and a crab. Mirror comps, actually. Yep.
Yeah, we're seeing a comp ditto. We do see the custom Splattershot Jr. also brought by the Drizzle season. We do see E-Leader scope specifically, as opposed to the more common on-scope E-Leader with the jump shot. But getting right into it, the splash on Electric Wind Godfist is just getting caught up by the machine in the flank, and it's 3 versus 3, but Rapid is the first one to get control of the zone. The machine is kind of just behind the action and starting to push up onto the ramp of Electric Wind Godfist. We do see the Wave Breakers coming out in mid, one in the spawn, and the one in spawn is already having such a wide reach, and There's another Wave Breaker. This is just the power of special power up on the special. We do see Electric Wind Godfist try to use special to get back in. We saw the Wave Breaker. We see the crowd get a pick and starting to paint the zone a little bit. And it looks like they might get control of the zone. In fact, they do. And now Rabbit still has plenty of control, but they are definitely further away. And their Splash is still holding the crowd, which is kind of the main playmaking special you see not only in this mode, but in this game in general.
They still have plenty of control. None of them had gone down during that entire time, which is very impressive. But they also still have the specials that they need to get back in. But we do see a lead swap, but at what cost? As two of the members of Electric Wind Godfist do end up going down, and the leader gets that chance to move up onto that block, which is such a dominant position. If you don't get sniped by the other leader, wow.
That was an insane snipe on the leader from Wind Godfist, and that's going to be another lead swap for Rabbit, even though it's only 2 versus 2 in the zone. We do see the machine just pushing up so aggressively, but the zone is starting to get contested by Electric Wind Godfist. Rabbit is able to hold control a little longer and start to get it below that 50-point mark, which is notable because that means any last-ditch effort that Electric Wind Godfist might be running is going to start to be activated. And as I'm saying, it's getting closer to being fully activated. You see some specials come out, but right now Rabbit is pushing it almost, yeah, they're getting down to the 20s. They got it below the 30-point marker, and they might just end this game outright. Electric Wind Godfist is trying to use some specials, though, and they are able to take the zone with the Crab and Wave Breaker combo, but Rabbit put the lead very far out of reach, especially with the penalty that Electric Wind Godfist has to chew through first.
That's the power of specials in these games, and as we say that, Rabbit has 2 specials I believe we'll be seeing pop out very, very shortly. We see the leader just take another pick. It's that leader is so powerful, it reaches across the entire map, and if you can get picks like that, you can make it the other team really sorry. Now, it looks like Electric Wind Godfist is getting really close to breaking that penalty, and if they do end up breaking the lead, that means that Rabbit is going to have a 50-point penalty to fight through, but all 3 specials are available, their machine is respawning, and I do believe that we will see them try desperately to take it back here.
Yeah, this is Rabbit's last chance. The point count is getting below 10, and Electric Wind Godfist is just marching on a hand. 2 of them on Rabbit are down, and that's going to be game 1. Going to Electric Wind Godfist. The E-leader trying to zoom in, but it was just a little too slow. The timer got called a little too quickly, and that is going to be game 1 for Electric Wind Godfist in the set. And once again, they're at set point in this best-of-3 series.
That was a great game. At no point were you certain, like, oh, this team, they're just going to take it to 0. It was always like the other team always had a chance. And that's the kind of energy I love to see. As we go on to tower control on Sturgeon, what do you think we're going to see? And how do you think these teams might switch up their strategies?
From my heart, I would love to see a blaster, but I know that that's probably not going to happen. Both of these teams, we did see the comp ditto. It seems clear that they are very comfortable with their comps, with the double wave breaker, and I think we're probably going to see very similar things. Splash is very good on this map with all the terrain that it can climb with the burst bombs and with how easy it is to set up with Crab. Machine is similarly amazing with the verticality. E-leader can get set up here really easily, notably being able to set up on the enemy snipe and kind of just wall out the entire spawn area. And of course,
it's such a dominant weapon.
We could see the Vanilla Junior in place of the Custom Junior because Big Bubbler is so valuable on tower, but Wavebreaker and Torpedoes are also really good, so we might see another comp here or something very similar to it.
Yeah, I do believe that generally that Vanilla Junior does beat out C Junior on tower control specifically just because of that, but we will see as we're going right into it. Vanilla Junior. And the Nautilus comes back out for the second time. Not in the set, but in that's the second time we're seeing it tonight.
I'm not expecting to see this much Nautilus, but I am not complaining about it. I think Nautilus is an awesome weapon, and I'm happy to see more of it, but of course, we do see the Vanilla Juniors come out on both sides. We talked about Big Bubbler. That is such a huge special for clearing the checkpoint, and as it's getting the pick right of the Nautilus right out of the bat, beautiful snipe from the E-leader, and this Junior's trying to get on the tower for Electric Wind Godfist. They already have the lead in the series, and beautiful that's a nice bomb kill from the Junior as well. It's just the Nautilus alive on the side of Rabbit, and they go down too. And now Electric Wind Godfist is probably going to break through their first checkpoint, and they have specials online. The E-leader has the wave breaker and has the positioning on the enemy spinner, and the Junior can just pop bubble anytime they get contested. And Electric Wind Godfist are in a fantastic spot for the set. They do. The E-leader does throw the wave breaker down. The Booyah bomb is going to come down, but Electric Wind Godfist is only 4 points from taking this checkpoint. Rabbit or 2 down. I think this might be the set.
Yeah, this might actually be the set. Wow. Although they are, yeah, they're 3 down. It's only the junior left alive, and if they can just get back on that tower, there's not much they can do. And that is going to be set. Wow, what a knockout game. It's the same thing that we saw in the first set. There's a really, really close game 1, and then it all cascades down on one of the other teams in the second set, which is, or in the second game, sorry. That's just the Splat Zone's difference, I guess. A lot of people are complaining about Splat Zones and how it can be kind of stally, and you can definitely see where if a team can make a good push, they're going to dominate on any other mode.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that just also shows the power of momentum. You know, both teams that just barely won the first game had the momentum and had the confidence going into game 2 to just really put it away for the series. But it's going to be Electric Wind Godfist moving on through the winner's bracket, as we are going to see Rabbit drop to the loser's bracket, unfortunately. They're still in the tournament, but they're going to have one hill to climb. But we will be seeing that journey perhaps later, as I believe we will be going right into a short break.
Yep. I'm so excited for the sets to come. You have no idea.
Oh boy, this is going to be incredible.
See y'all after the break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction 35. My name is Broken Pinky and I'm here with Weef, and here we are for winners quarterfinals, also known as winners round 3, Vivid versus SEQUOIA. Weef, what's your impression of this matchup?
I think both of these teams have a pretty good reputation, so it's definitely going to be a really exciting match to watch for sure. Just like the first two matches, which are both neck and neck, at least for the first round. But like I'm just excited to see what these teams have to offer. Like it's exciting, you know.
And it seems like both these teams are excited too. We are seeing a lot of check marks in the lobby. Some people are deciding, you know, just last minute, just really trying to get ahead. This is I believe our first best of 5 set of this tournament. I could be wrong, but if so, then I mean the stakes are raised. It's the first team to 3 game wins, but we're gonna see how that all gets decided. Right now, we are going right into game 1 on Splatzone's Brinewater Springs, which we actually saw in the last set. And we're already differing from it a little bit as we see the 10 attack splatter shot come out on both teams, as well as the vanilla dually squelchers.
Ooh, dually squelchers aren't a weapon that you see often, but I know there's a certain group of players that really enjoy it and think it works. And it's just not a weapon you see all that often. We do again see the leader. It's the ever-present leader and the ever-present slash. Just with that, because they're so powerful on the stage. As the teams duke out in mid, the tri-strikes are coming out from both sides, the crabs are coming out, the GS is going down, and there's just scrapping everywhere just to see who's going to go down first and take the lead.
And I think the 10 attack splatter shots are interesting on both sides, but just because, you know, it was kind of introduced as a very easy way to deal with both Machine and Splash, the Ouya and the Crab, but Vivid has just got that 3 down and is taking full control of the zone. We do see the E-Leader pushed quite far up, and I do want to know that it's also a scoped E-Leader versus a non-scoped E-Leader on the side of SEQUOIA. So I think it's kind of interesting just to see like the different philosophies, but we do see the E-Leader on the side of SEQUOIA go down, the tri-strikes and the 10 attacker coming out, and Vivid is just pushing this lead ever further. They break it past the 50-point mark as well, and SEQUOIA has just been desperately trying to answer. You know, the tri-strikes are being thrown in an awkward spot, and that's 2 down on the side of SEQUOIA. Vivid still has all their men strong, and they're just pushing really far into SEQUOIA's base, and even though the T-Tech is able to get that nice bomb to throw on the dually squelchers, Vivid is perfectly content to just maintain control of the zone. As they're at 14 points, but SEQUOIA is able to get the lead cap flip.
What a bombshell of a first push. Vivid just had all the specials in all the right places just to continue that push as far as they were able to get it. That is a fat penalty that they're going to have to chew through if they do want to end up knocking it out. But SEQUOIA has a long way to go if they want to end up getting lead. They do end up quartering that poor dually squelchers as they are just trying to get picks and take that control. Machine gets a few nice directs, and they're starting to move in and get more confidence and be able to get in with that crab versus the wave breaker, and just starting able to hold it and are in a pretty good spot to chew through more of that point buffer that they have.
Yeah, exactly, and SEQUOIA is having a little bit of trouble contesting the zone. Vivid is actually going to get the cap here. I think it's worth noting that Vivid just has ever so slightly better aim with the main weapons with the dually squelchers as opposed to the Machine, but obviously Machine has the fizzy to make up for it, but as far as main weapons go, Vivid has SEQUOIA beat, but in spite of that, SEQUOIA is the one with the control of the zone. We do see a battle of the short-range shooters on the left flank. The T-Tech is going to make it out of there on the side of SEQUOIA, but there's still people in Vivid just making stuff happen in mid. There isn't really a definitive sense of control, but it is still SEQUOIA with control of the zone, pushing that penalty down further, and they're finally through it. Starting to get some more points on the board. They push it below 60 and now below 50. And I think it's important to note that last-ditch effort is going to become a real factor here for both teams. SEQUOIA's had max effective for a while, and Vivid's going to get there soon, but that's the dually squelchers getting a kill, and that's 2 down on the side of SEQUOIA, and Vivid's going to take control right back, stacking a fat penalty on SEQUOIA as they're starting to get through their own.
Yeah, their penalties are about equal now, and we see him jumping out, but it's going to be so interesting to see how they are going to be able to take it back. They have a ton of specials on the board that they're going to be able to use to maybe take it back, but like that's a fat penalty they're going to have to shoot through, and not a whole lot of time left in the match to maybe make it happen. If they lose control even for a split second, it could mean that Vivid just gets that control and is able to shoot through their checkpoint, which is significantly smaller now. We see 2 down. The leader goes down because they have no anchor, nobody to really be able to hold super well, and 3 go down. It's just the Machine, and a delayed wipe on the side of Vivid. I believe that this is going to be a game, as it's 5 seconds left on the board, and that's game.
Yeah, just a very, very dominant game one from Vivid. Just kind of like SEQUOIA had a lot of chances. They got zone a lot, but Vivid just pushed so far in, and you can just see how far that purple ink really goes in the yellow territory. And that's just so crucial for spot zones, especially on a map like Brine-Water, where the approach options into mid are kind of limited. There is that flank option, but it is pretty predictable, and it is going to be Vivid taking game one of the best of 5 series. And I believe we are going to go into game 2 on Clamblitz Mako Mart. I believe that's how it works.
I'm not exactly sure. It might be Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. Either way, or no. Yeah, it is going to be Clamblitz Mako.
Well,
I don't know why I got them mixed up. Anyway, yeah, Mako Mart, the most basic, not necessarily mediocre, but just the most standard map basically in the entire game. Nobody really has anything too bad to say about it. And so we're going to see if it's a bit more even playing field versus Brine-Water, which is a very interesting map, very new, not really used to it yet, but we've had years and years to figure out Mako Mart, and especially on Clamblitz, where we're going to definitely see who has the better coordination and who can really just make those goated pushes that you see in Clamblitz all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Clamblitz is very coordination based. I've heard it, categorized or labeled as sort of turf war with an objection, and with the Splatfest going on, I'd imagine both these teams have a lot of practice with that and are looking for an objective to push for, and we're going to see exactly that as we head right into game 2 of the set. Once again, Vivid is up 1-0, but it is a best of 5 series, so it is going to be the first team to 3 wins, and SEQUOIA is going to respond with a heavy splatling, as Vivid is going to bring out an Explosher as their backline. We are sort of seeing the backline plays. What do you think about this situation?
Oh, you know I always love to see a heavy splatling, and I always love to see an Explosher. It's this map doesn't have as great of a sight lanes as Brine-Water does, so these less conventional backlines, the ones that aren't the snipers, are going to be able to play a little bit more on fall-off damage and just playing around the stacks where sight lines aren't always super clear. We do already see ones go down on the side of Vivid, but they're going to be coming right back in. But SEQUOIA is starting to build special. Even though they are going down, they do have a few specials on the board, and they're going to be able to maintain and hold control, even though Vivid does have a little bit of an edge right now.
Yeah, we are seeing some beautiful plays from this Explorer on the right side of the map. Already got 2 kills, and the Explorer is just content to just lob. There's another kill right there as 2 go down on the side of SEQUOIA, and just the pressure that the Explorer is able to get put on from so far away is immense, and it's now contesting the heavy splatling, and the players of SEQUOIA are kind of just getting forced back into a corner, as Vivid is the one with all the map control in mid, but not a lot of clamps to show for it. Most of the clamps are on that 10-attack splatter shot, and they seem to be struggling a bit to build a ball to really push through. We just see the tri-strikes come out, but SEQUOIA is starting to force their way back in. Kind of a consequence of Vivid taking so long to really get a push going, but they do have a football spawn, and the 10-attack is the one that's sort of being tasked with guarding it, but it is going to disappear fairly soon, and they are unable to get it. The 10-attack is able to get a kill, but now Vivid is going to have to start from 0 in order to build another power clamp. 3 do go down to the side of SEQUOIA though, so they do have quite the window to do so.
Yeah, but two are down on the side of Vivid. Vivid has had a lot of opportunities to push here, but they just haven't had quite the control, and they haven't had the specials that they need to maintain that control. And we're gonna see it's been a massive squabble in mid this entire time. We see the crab get canceled. We see a double from that splash with the burst bomb, and it's SEQUOIA's turn to have control of the enemy side. But this time they have a crab to maintain. They have quite a few more clams, and they're gonna be able to probably maintain this for quite a bit if they play their cards right.
Yeah, and they're trying to do just that. It is that custom junior with the bulk of their clan. Splash has 6 as well, and we could see some clan passing plays go on, but the splash does go down in crab form, and that's going to be 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of SEQUOIA, and Vivid gets the first score of the match with that power claim, and they have plenty of claims in reserves. They have, getting it all the way down to 47 points right off the bat within, like, roughly 10 seconds of having that basket open. And they still have a window to get a few more clams in, but it does look like that's where the push is going to end. However, oh, never mind, I'm mistaken, as 3 go down on SEQUOIA, and Vivid's able to get the basket open a little bit longer, get it all the way down to 29. And
that dual Squelchers was just there dancing for so long, which is always fun to see. This time Vivid was ready. This time they had the specials to really make their push count, and you know that's the kind of push you love to see in Clan Blitz, where the team is all in sync and they're able to get a massive 70-point lead. That is going to be super hard for SEQUOIA to beat, especially with only 2 minutes left on the clock and not a lot of time to make a massive opportunity like that. Especially as 2 of them go down, they're not going to be getting mid control back for a while. They just keep going down.
The crab actually manages to run over someone. Beautiful crab plays on the side of Vivid, but the splash has just been kind of going in, and now just being a distraction does get a kill. Trades for them, but that's a lot more value than I think the splash should have gotten, and SEQUOIA's just not been able to get comfortable footing. They haven't been able to get set up. The heavy hasn't really been able to control the map as well as it should be, and they just keep getting forced back by displacement specials left and right. The Wave Breaker, the Tri-Strike, the Ink Storm, the Crab Pressure, and the ball carriers once again kind of go down, and there's only a minute left on this match clock, and they do have the pay in store, so they will probably have overtime going for them, but this is just looking all Vivid right now. There's just so much paint and pressure going on, and they even have the man advantage right now, as it's a 4v2.
They're just unrelenting. They're not sitting back and saying, okay, we can just play this on defense. They're bringing the defense to the enemy team. They're making sure that if they want to get to their basket, they're going to have to break through their whole entire team who is in mid, actively maintaining that control, and SEQUOIA just doesn't have the specials or the manpower to break through that right now, and especially with only 30 seconds on the clock, a Clan Blitz push takes a lot longer than 30 seconds to set up, and even though they do have that pity clam, 20 seconds isn't a lot of time to be able to get in and get the clans you need and get all the specials you need, and especially if you're just going down over and over again, because Vivid is going to be able to get those crucial picks. They are going to be making their way back into mid, but it's anyone's game to see if they actually are going to be able to get that clam in, and more importantly, get that 70 points that they would need in order to take this as a win.
Yeah, but the overtime bells are sounding. They do have SEQUOIA has 2 clams on their side. They do break the basket. This is how all great pushes start, but can they maintain it? Can they keep the control of this area? The basket timer is about half full. They need to get this ball in, but they don't quite get it, and the timer's going to just barely run out. The barrier goes back up, and now that's Vivid up 2-0 in the set. SEQUOIA just tried for a last-ditch effort, but unfortunately it was too little too late. They didn't have the resources, they got greedy, and Vivid punished them, and are now at set point.
Yeah, it's the same sort of pattern that we've seen in most of all of the other sets that we've seen tonight, where it's a really close game on splat zones, but one of the teams just proves that they are so much more coordinated and able to maintain control so well on one of the other map modes, and it's just amazing to see how coordinated they were. SEQUOIA is they're not an easy team to take, but the fact that they're just able to keep dominant control of mid throughout most of that match with very little opportunity for SEQUOIA to even think about pushing, it just shows how good of a team Vivid is right now.
Yeah, this set has so far been all Vivid, but make sure not to count SEQUOIA out yet. They are still a force to be reckoned with, and a reverse 3-0 sweep is certainly on the table. And if SEQUOIA wants to do that, then they're going to have to start right now on Game 3, which is going to be, once again, Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. What do you think of this fun little stage coming back?
Like we said earlier, it's a map where Leader does really well, it's a map where Machine does really well, and it's a map where you could potentially see a Blaster, but I don't think we're going to see that from either of these teams. We did see the leaders from both teams on Splat Zone's Brine Water, and I think we'll probably see one of those pop back out over here with just how dominant you can be if you have good positioning on this map. And I think we'll probably see a bubble weapon, most likely a junior. That's just a staple of tower control right now at this point. What are your predictions? I'm curious to hear.
I mean, I think you got it pretty right on the nose. You know, a lot of Machine, a lot of E-Leader. We're probably going to see some more Splash, but why speculate when we can just see for ourselves right now? We're going right into Game 3. Here we are. Vivid is up 2-0 at set point, but don't count SEQUOIA out yet. This is how all great comebacks start, and it might just start with double Splash and Machine up against the Tetras. The dually squad proving to be a Tetra
SEQUOIA has decided they are not playing around, and they're bringing out that double Splash that is just always present in this mode. You can never escape the double splash, and we're gonna see if they can make it work with the crabs immediately coming out from Vivid over here. the Tetris are something that you see as often, but as we know, they can work a lot of the time, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they do with it.
Yeah, exactly. And I do somewhat question the Tetris, as they do seem to fit on faster comps than what Vivid has been running with. You know, they've been sort of using the dual sculptor's just ability to sort of take the game slowly really nicely, but we'll see how it goes for them. But it is SEQUOIA that currently has the man advantage and does have control of the tower. Oh, but the Elater gets taken out right before they can get them, and Vivid is the first in the tower. The Dark Tetra Dualies are in the Fight Club and just trying to stay alive and trying to just keep that pressure up. We do see the view of them where they're going to be climbing onto that spinner, just trying to make something happen, just trying to make some sort of play, but Vivid is going to be the first one at that checkpoint, first one with that control, and SEQUOIA is not really in position to deal with it, and Vivid's going to be breaking that first checkpoint, which, while not extremely crucial, is still really nice to have the tower control.
You see the Reef Slider get punished. It's unfortunately a staple of seeing Reef Sliders. With the leader perched at the place where they are in mid, it's going to be really hard for SEQUOIA to approach. They're just pushed so far ahead, and, you know, if you're in that leader's range, there's a very good chance you get killed, so you have to be very careful with how you approach. We see 2 go down on the side of Vivid, though, which might mark the end of their push if they play their cards right.
Yeah, Vivid was able to get it to 50 points, which is rather respectable for an opening push, but not quite what you want on the Surgeon Shipyard. And now, it might just be SEQUOIA's turn to turn things around, and as soon as I say that, an E-Leader gets a beautiful snipe on the machine from across the station. Now the E-Leader's trying to get back in a position to get back on the tower and continue to exert pressure, and it is notable that Vivid, touching the tower and having control of the tower, leads to a ridiculous amount of special charge for their whole team, even though they are in the lead by a surprising amount. And SEQUOIA has under 3 minutes to just try and make something happen and try to establish some control.
They're 2 down, though, which means that SEQUOIA does have a chance to try and take mid, as they are just looking to regroup. Looks like they're gearing up for defense, getting their specials ready, and trying to make sure that SEQUOIA does not take over their plat with their and get some grabs up in there. But it's just this big old scrap. The Tetra's getting more picks. The Tetra's doing what they're doing best and annoying the team until they do unfortunately go down. Now it's looking like it's still a scrap in mid. Crab on crab action out here with the leader over there as well. But they're still just like struggling to take control and play at a Vivid's pace. But 2 do go down. They are starting to move forward. 3 go down, and that it almost turned into a full wipe. Although
yeah, the splash of Vivid was just able to get that nice double at the end, but regardless of that, SEQUOIA was able to get that checkpoint, get that delayed wipe, and now there's a crab on the tower, and there's the lead switch. SEQUOIA has the lead in this game for the first time all set, I believe, and they're just trying to push this even further. If they can break the second checkpoint, that would be huge. They're about halfway through the timer, but all 3 of them go down. It's just the machine by themselves trapped in a corner, and I think it's going to be where the push ends, but regardless, SEQUOIA has the lead, and that is massive. There's a minute and a half for Vivid to get not only to the checkpoint, but halfway through the checkpoint, and SEQUOIA is now in the position to set up for defense, and they even have the man advantage right now.
That machine was a very valiant effort back there. But we're starting to see the crab tank is getting set up, which means that they are going to have control over here for quite a while. And if they can get that second checkpoint clear, it's anyone's game, as in, like, who can get it. There are crabs, like, specials ready at both sides. We see that crab but it's not in the position to get any picks right now, as it is completely swarmed. It's 2 down on the side of Vivid, though, and SEQUOIA could have the chance to make even another push and push the defense back in, like I said last round, push the defense back into, like, the enemy's base, which means that it's going to be even harder for them to get that last second push that they would need to take the lead.
Yeah, exactly, and SEQUOIA had control of the tower there for a little bit. Again, that tower stunting charge is amazing. 4.5 units of special per second per person. It's just such a ridiculous advantage, but there are only 25 seconds left in this game, and SEQUOIA is just very content to sort of turtle and make Vivid come to them and force Vivid to make all the mistakes. There's now 15 seconds left on the timer, and there's a splash dance. Ooh, the Tetra's able to get a nice double. And there's 3 going down to the side of SEQUOIA. The Tetras do go down, but that's not as big of a deal because they can just jump right back in, and this is Vivid's last chance. This is their last resort, their last-ditch effort, if you will. And they're going to be slowly pushing down their points. They're now starting to get some points again, but the machine is coming with the GG Booyah. That might just be enough to seal it. They only get to 33. And SEQUOIA on the board for this set, taking game 3.
Oh, yeah. You love to see it. We could see a reverse sweep here if SEQUOIA plays their cards right. But at the end there, we saw SEQUOIA almost get punished. They had 3 specials on the board and were just waiting to use them for that last second. But they almost got punished for it when they went 3 down. But thankfully that machine stayed alive and had that Booyah, which just came to save the day. As it's impossible to stay on the tower when a Booyah bomb is staring you right in the face.
This game just has a ridiculous number of GG specials on tower control with the Booyah Bomb, with the Crab, you know, with the Bobbler. There's just a lot of ways to just really keep yourself safe on that tower. But tower was last game. We are now going back to Splat Zones, this time on Inkblot Art Academy, one of the other returning stages. We just have 3 consecutive returning Splatoon 2 stages. I almost forgot what game this was.
Yeah, well, aside from all the crab tanks infesting the game, and that makes it a little bit hard to remember. But Splat Zones is the great equalizer. If you, like we said earlier, if you see an equal game, like a really, really close game, it's going to be on Splat Zones. And Inkblot is another one of those like Mako, it's another one of those stages that is really equal and that a lot of things can work on and that we've had a lot of time to figure out. So I'm definitely excited to see what the teams are going to run. I'm definitely excited to see how they duke it out and if SEQUOIA can make the comeback.
Yeah, it truly is difficult to find a weapon that is not usable on Inkblot on any of the 4 modes. Obviously, there are some exceptions, but I doubt we'll be seeing any as the teams seem to be readying up, and I think we'll be quickly heading into Game 4 of the series. Once again, Vivid is up 2-1 over SEQUOIA. If Vivid is able to win this, then they will win the set and move on through winner's side of top 8, where SEQUOIA will have to win this just for the chance of a Game 5. We'll have to see how it shakes out. As we see, SEQUOIA saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Vivid is going back to their dually squelchers that won in the first 2 games.
Yeah, maybe it was the departure that from the dually squelchers that ended up biting them last game. But we'll certainly see as both teams are making their way out in the mid. We see the splashes just trying to get the crab tank ready for that first opening team fight. We might see one pop out in a second. There it is. Dually squelchers immediately go on the plat, just taking a 2v1 there, just trying to stay alive as they do get picked off there, but just trying to take some control and maybe get a really lucky pick.
Ooh, the Splash is able to get the double kill on the side of Vivid. They do go down, but that's a pretty significant manpower, and Vivid is going to take that zone, but it's a fleeting control. It's 2 on the side of Vivid go down, and right as I say that, Dually Squelcher is able to win the 1v1 on the left side of the map, and this zone is still being contested by both sides. Neither can really get the cap. It is Vivid that's going to get that cap, but we're a minute into this game, and neither team has gotten below 80 points, which is kind of absurd, you know. We're used to these like big, strong pushes, but they just keep going down. But it seems that Vivid is going to finally start cementing a strong push to themselves. A lot of people from SEQUOIA are coming from spawn, and Vivid is going to just try to make sure that SEQUOIA does not feel safe dropping off their plat. Reduce the machine on the left side, pop the Booyah, which is going to move the E-Leader out of position, and it is going to be SEQUOIA retaking control of that zone, but they have a hill to climb to get this lead back.
Everyone is going down. It's not like the first game we saw in a few sets ago where there was just like a minute or two where nobody went down. It's just everyone just scrapping and trying to see who can maybe take out a man advantage just to get a few more points on the board. As we do see, like they just have to regroup, and looks like SEQUOIA is in really nice control right now. They're going to be charging their specials and really trying to make sure that they can maintain control as it eagerly pops up the Wavebreaker, and might want to get on top. And two down on both teams. They're on even playing field, but the very nice pick from the E-Leader does kind of a little bit more of an advantage for them.
Yeah, that was a beautiful snipe from the E-Leader, just showing by the non-scope variant is so nice, but counter snipe right back from the opposing E-Leader of Vivid. And while SEQUOIA is pushing this pretty far down, they're at 10 points right now. Vivid kind of has to make something happen right now, and all of SEQUOIA's members are alive and well, and they get it to 1 point.
Almost make it to 1.
Contest it a little bit longer. Oh, they're not quite able to get the knockout. Vivid still has more life in them yet. And now SEQUOIA, if I was SEQUOIA, I'd be sweating a little bit. You did get it all the way down to 1 from 100 points, but that's a mighty penalty you have to chew through. And Vivid has shown themselves capable of just turning a bad situation on their head. We do see a 3 versus 3 in mid right now. The shot is trying to just keep control of the zone a little bit, but we do see the crab on the side of SEQUOIA being popped on the left side of the map. We see one trying to get behind the crab, though we might see the crab going down shortly. It's the E-Leader that goes down as the crab repositions, and SEQUOIA gets back control of the zone, putting another penalty on Vivid.
fat penalty on the side of SEQUOIA of 70 points that they're going to have to end up getting through if they do want to finally make sure that there is no chance that this game is a loss. But Spot Zones is one of those modes that it moves so fast, but it also moves so slow. And it's going to take a while, but it's also going to be, you know, if they just can get one more good push in, that means it's game. And it's only like 30 seconds left on the clock. There's not a lot of time for Vivid to get back in here if they do want to make this not a knockout. But they do cancel the Booyah Bomb, and the splashes do go down. But there's only 10 seconds left, and the splashes are still there. They're not quite able to get the control, and the crabs go out, and it's looking like it's going to be really close yet again. As the zone is just, everyone is frantically painting to see if they can get it. And it looks like it is down to the wire yet again on the side of SEQUOIA.
That was a beautiful play from the splash on the side of Vivid, just going all the way around, getting 3 kills and an assist, and just barely keeping Vivid's hopes alive in this game. They would desperately want to take this set from SEQUOIA before they can really start to build that momentum, and now Vivid is through their penalty, and they're starting to push their points down ever farther. They do need to get a knockout if they do want to win this, and it is looking like they're starting to lose control of the zone a little bit, but there's 45 seconds left of this game, and Vivid is all of a sudden in contention for a knockout. There's only 20 points left on the clock. 2 are down to the side of SEQUOIA. There's a Booyah Bomb coming out, but Booyah does not paint the zone very well, and it's going to be another bad scramble to see who can prevent the KO. So Vivid just barely has some control. 2, 1, and that's the knockout, and that's the set for Vivid. A heartbreaker for SEQUOIA. They got on the verge of knocking it out twice within the same 2 minutes, but it's Vivid clutching it up in the last 30 seconds of the match, and they are going to be taking not only the game, but the set over SEQUOIA.
Vivid proving that it is never over until it's over, and just going to show like you should never give up hope in a hopeless set like that. Wow, there was so much there going on, and SEQUOIA was throwing everything they had to keep that zone painted, but it wasn't quite enough as they were focusing on the zone. It ended up getting picked. Wow, what a set.
Yeah, the mental fortitude of Vivid to not only lose game 3, but also know that they were likely to lose game 4 and still be able to rebound and bring it all the way back just shows why they are moving on into winners semi-finals. That's right. Vivid is officially in top 8 right now, and SEQUOIA is going to be dropping down to the losers bracket and have to fight for their shot to make it all the way back if they wish to win this tournament.
We just saw how SEQUOIA was able to maybe take it back, though. They're not don't count them out quite yet.
Yeah, we could definitely see some great things ahead, but I believe I'm not even sure if we're getting a break. I think we might just be going right into the next set. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be winner semifinals on the other side. Is that correct?
That looks like it.
Can I get a yay or nay? All right, I guess we're gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep barreling right into it. I believe we're going into winners semifinals, which is going to be Hex versus Bet, if my sources are not mistaken. And I think it is important to note that Hex are the defending champions. They were the winner of Squid Junction 34, if memory serves me. So they do have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They want to make sure that last tournament was no fluke, that their dominant win was dominant for a reason, and that they can just bring it all the way back and win 2 straight. Weave, what do you think about this matchup?
Oh, I'm like all of the previous ones. I'm very excited. Like we said, Hex defending champions. No way they're gonna go out easy, but Bet isn't a team to snooze at either. It's gonna be certainly fun to watch as we see who can duke it out and take their place in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. These are seeds 2 and 3. These are the teams projected to be in the top 3 by the end of the tournament, and they are fighting here and now in winner semifinals, in top 6 of the bracket, all the way at the top. And I'm just excited to see what happens as these teams sort of throw themselves at each other. I am a bit more familiar with Hex just because of their beautiful display in Squid Junction 34, but Bet obviously is an amazing team. You know, both teams have to go through 3 other teams in order to make it this far, and now they're going to have to make it through each other if they wish to get into winners finals. And I believe this set is going to be starting rather shortly.
Oh yeah. Any predictions for what we'll see?
Crab, most likely.
Crab. Yeah.
we've been
Rhetorical
seeing this a lot.
question. Rhetorical question in this meta.
It is a bit of a rhetorical question, you know. Crab is ever present for a good reason. It is dominant. It sort of determines what is good and what isn't good, but while the community may be clamoring for a ban, it at least makes things a little easier for us on the casting couch, just to make sure we know what to predict. But we're going to be going right into it. This is going to be Hex versus Bet, winner semifinals, and we're going to be starting off on Splatoon's Mako Mart.
Ooh, we see a Sultana Stamper. Let's go. And okay, quad shooter comp on the side of who is that? That is Hex. Yes. So we'll love to see. We'll see if we can get some sick Zipcaster clips in. But right now it's a almost instant cap from Bet as the crabs go out and one go down on the side of Bet. They're scrapping it out in mid, so you can take this control for take this zone in their control for a bit of a longer push.
Yeah, Splatoon has to have that ceremonial scramble for the zone. It's not even any going down. It can't even really be considered a team fight. It's just who can get the objective just a little bit lower. But we do see the 52 sharking through Breakfast and making that flank around the snipe. We do see the Sultana Stamper just moving out of position a little bit before the 52 can get there. But while the 52 is making that play, Bet has just been content to keep this lead and keep pushing it down even further. They're getting below 60 points, and we haven't really seen a play come out from Hex. They've just been kind of taking it a little slow, just going on the sides of the map, while Bet has been keeping control of the middle, and all of a sudden Bet is below 50 points, and Hex has a little bit of last-ditch effort on their side, but not nearly as important as the lead that Bet has. But right as I say that, Hex is able to take control of the zone and is able to get Bet 3 dead.
Very, very patient play from Hex, who waited, they did not sweat as they saw that timer counting down and just waited and held their specials and held their ground and just waited until they could seize the moment and get that control. And they might be holding it here for quite a while as they do have specials at the ready and do have numbers, but they do end up going 2 down. We'll see if they don't quite take control for as long as they would want to.
Yeah, and we are kind of seeing just Bet have that added diversity with the sloshing machine as opposed to Hex with the quad shooter comp. This is no longer Splatoon 2. There are reasons to run weapons other than shooters, and we see the machine try to shoot over the wall of the 52. They aren't quite able to get it, but the machine is still able to make it out alive, and Bet is almost through their penalty. Even if Hex takes control of the zone, Bet at least minimize their penalty by a significant amount, and Hex still has quite a way to go if they want to get this lead back. We do see a beautiful arc shots from the machine, but it's not enough to avoid the trade with the 52 gal. And Hex has quite a lot of control in mid. We saw the crab on the stack, and we do see the splash on the side of Bet just kind of getting back into a corner, trying to find a safe spot for the crab, and they are able to get the assist on the stack, but Bet is now trying desperately to get the zone back before Hex gets the lead, and they are able to just get it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely we see, once again, the patience play from Hex. They just don't seem to be sweating too hard when the other team can control, and they're just holding their specials for the prime opportunity to use them in a coordinated fashion. We see the Stamper getting cornered a little bit by the Splash for backing out, and of course the Crab going out, the Waberkin going out. This is their time to once again see if they can get that lead.
Yeah, we can see that Crab just taking control of the left stack, is going to splat the Sultana Stamper. We do see some fancy movement for the Splash-O-Matic a little bit. He's able to find the custom junior. Beautiful plays by the Splash-O-Matic on the side of Hex, and Hex is very close to getting through their penalty, and then the lead. There's about 15 seconds before the lead switches, and Hex just has a lot of control in mid, and we're starting to see that sort of patient playstyle pay off, but they are going to have to hold it just a little bit longer if they want the lead, and they get exactly that. And now, Bet is kind of on a ticking clock, not just for the game, but the longer they take, the harder it's going to be for them to get the lead back. We do see the lead, or the 52 just kind of by themselves on the left side, but Bet knows that they can't really focus on them. They have to get the zone back. There's only 4 seconds left on the clock. It's being contested a little bit, but 2 go down to the side of Bet, and I think that's going to be it. It's just the sword, and that's going to be game 1 for Hex.
What a interesting game, as just Hex did not seem to crumple at all under the pressure of having the lead swapped out from under them. That's fantastic patience, fantastic coordination on the way of just getting in and not relenting as they take that hold.
Yeah, that was just really well played from Hex. They were just so content to be so patient, and they knew that their opportunity would come, and once it did, they just never lost control of it. It was just a very sturdy holding of the mid, but as we head into Game 2 on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, holding the middle of the map is going to be a little less important. Weave, what do you think we're going to see on that map? And please don't say crab. You're going to make me cry.
No, I think we've worn that joke out quite enough. I'm actually not quite sure. We've seen, especially from the side of Bet, we've seen a little bit of an unconventional comp, and so I'm not actually quite sure. They could pick up, take out something completely unprecedented. Like the sniper, of course, isn't unprecedented, but it's just not something you see super common. It's not a weapon that people are quite as comfortable with. You know, you've been playing a 52 gal potentially for 7 years. You've only been playing a stamper for at max like 4 months. So just people don't have that level of confidence and aren't usually as willing to bring it into comp, but you always love to see it. Always makes it so much more interesting when you do see it.
Yeah, and that definitely has that unpredictability on their advantage. You know, Hex probably has not faced a lot of great Stamper players just because of how new it is, and if Bet can sort of use that unpredictability, especially on a map like Inkblot Art Academy, which in my opinion is pretty solid for Stamper, I think they can definitely ride it a long way. We might also see some comp changes from Hex. You know, they did run the quad shooter just because that paint in the zone is ridiculous, but we might see them swap out for a machine just to get those angles a little better. We might see the Vanilla Junior instead of the Custom Junior. Really, I think the comps and strategies on both teams are going to change quite a bit compared to what we see on Game 1, but hey, only time will tell as we're heading straight into Game 2 here on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, and we'll see for ourselves how these comps are going to differ. We see
Flazer coming out. We still see that Stamper, of course, and it looks like there's a similar comp, not even swapping out the C Junior for a regular Junior, which is not something we've seen yet tonight. With most teams have been opting to swap out for that Bubbler, but they said, no, we really like the Wavebreaker and we really like the poking power of those Torps. And so we'll see how this works for them, contrary to most of the other teams.
Like the Wavebreaker so much that they farm it immediately in the first 15 seconds.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Not as much as those missiles that are already locked onto three people of Hex, and Hex is kind of being forced into that bottom right side of the map, but they do get the first pick on the Stamper. Both teams are just kind of controlling their respective tree areas of the map, but it is going to be Hex with the first touch of the tower, and as we said many times on the mic, touching tower is so valuable. We do see a trade on the left side of the map now, but it is Hex that are still pushing forward a little bit. They did get through that first checkpoint, which is kind of difficult to get through, but two of them are going to go down, and it looks like Bet is going to be trying to just reestablish control, and here we see if the Sultana Stamper can make something happen.
I'm wondering if we're going to see that Zipcaster that they've been holding coming out pretty soon. Not if they get cornered, but they do end up taking the splash out and assisting one of their teammates as they just keep going for these picks, and they're not quite on the tower yet, and they do go 2 down. They had an opportunity to push there, but they weren't just quite able to capitalize on it. And it looks like Hex might be gearing up for another push and getting that special and making it even harder for Bet to come back if they do try to seize the opportunity.
Yeah, we do see just the 52 being a real nuisance on the side of Hex. Bet just can't really seem to deal with them, and the 52 is just content to set a wall, throw some whales, and the 52 is just pushing slowly onto the Bet, just getting a cheeky wall ride, and it's going to rush down the flings as they pop the 10 missiles. 2 down to the side of Bet, and Hex going to convert this into another checkpoint being scored. This 52 is just playing absolutely amazingly, just able to take so much space and deny so much area, and even though the Buse is going to go to tower, Hex is halfway through the checkpoint penalty, and it looks like they're going to get through checkpoint 2, and now they have so much control on the side of Bet's plat that we might even see just the knockout off of sheer momentum.
Yeah, they're not slowing down at all. Even though they went a few down, they just jumped right back in. I believe most of them are running stealth jump, which is just the power of that ability. You can just get right back in, and that third checkpoint is broken, and it looks like it's going to be a decisive victory from Hex in... But it's not quite over yet. It's a best of 5, so we could see Bet taking it back. But that's just the sheer confidence you get from being a defending champ. These guys are here and they're looking. They have their eyes on the prize right now. Is what's happening.
Hex are the defending champions for a reason. They said we did not lose the set last time, and we are not going to lose one this time. They are up 2-0 in the series, and I do want to keep in mind that SEQUOIA did start to sort of measure a comeback against Vivid in the most previous set, but this is a new set. Bet still has a chance to make a comeback. You know, they would not be a strong team if they didn't make it this far, but Hex is currently at set point. They're up 2-0 in the series, and it's really going to be up to see how things go on Clamblitz Eeltail Alley. What do you think of this stage?
Oh, it's Clamblitz. It's always going to be interesting. It's always going to be either a blowout or teams might trade back and forth, or nothing might happen at all because just how interactive it is. Almost like there's so many options. There's so many ways to push. There's so many ways to get that control. And it's fascinating, and like we've said before, it needs so much coordination. So this is going to be really a test of which team has been putting in the work to try to work on Clamblitz and their communication and overall teamwork skills.
We did see a lot of the teamwork skills on the side of Hex, with the 52 just kind of going out on their own, and Hex having the faith in them to really just be able to do their own thing and meet back up with their teammates, as we did see the 52 dance on the platform of Bet. But again, don't count Bet out yet. They have so many options in store, and they're the ones that need to prove themselves here. Well, not really need to prove themselves, but they have the chance to do that here, and I believe we're going to be shortly getting into Game 3, but again, Hex just has such an advantage that Bet is really just going to have to reset their mental and just try and go into Game 3 with an open mind, because that negativity from the first 2 games, it will come back to bite them. So it'll be interesting to see how this sort of mental play and just sort of the strategies that we've been seeing all set to sort of culminate, as this is a very decisive Game 3. It will decide whether the set will continue or whether it will end, and we will get into it right now. Game 3, Clamblitz Eeltail Alley. Here we go. Hex versus Bet.
Yeah. And they trade out the Stamper for a Wiper, which is a fascinating choice. And we still see the same comp on the side of Hex. They know what they're comfortable with, and they're sticking to it.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't. I didn't notice, we actually see Double Machine on the side of Bet, just trying to figure out what is going to work, and the more aggressive Wiper compared to the Stamper might give them an advantage in a mode where if you can take control super quickly, you're going to be golden. Double Crabbage out on the field, and we do see one pick and crab on crab violence out there. The Wiper goes down, but the 52 also goes down, and it's still anyone's game as to who's going to take more control of mid. But so far, actually, it looks like Bet's going to be on the upper hand for this first little bit, as they are starting to work out the control. They cancel that crab, saying no, and they're working their way slowly but surely towards the basket, taking clams as they go, and getting those specials ready to maintain this push.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that Bet is saying, we've been kind of struggling with Crab Tank over the games, but now we're going to employ a second machine which can really easily hit the Rider, as well as a Wiper, which is just phenomenal object damage and is so fast compared to the Stamper. But Hex is more than content to just set up in the middle. Bet only got the power claim and got no points in after that, and it is kind of hard to push in this map just because of how it's laid out. But if Hex can get a strong push in, they can really put the lead away from Bet. So it'll be interesting to see. We are seeing this Junior just kind of being contested on the right side, but now that crab is over, we're going to start to see them move in a little bit, but they are going to get picked by the machine right as they try to get on the bridge, and the machine is going to be popping the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah. It's anyone's game still. Like the mid is still contested. Nobody has taken decisive control, but it looks like Hex has 3 specials at the ready. The crab's coming out, the whale's coming out, the second crab's at the ready, and the Junior has their wave breaker, and it's gonna be really hard for Bet to stand against that and not let the mid go to them. But we'll definitely see the crab is riding forward, and we'll see if the machine can take them out before they get taken out. And 2 down, 3 down on the side of Hex. Even though they had all that specials, they didn't quite utilize them. And now Bet is going to have time for a second push that hopefully for them might end up with a sustained push versus that really one and done push that was their first one.
Yeah, we do see the machine get the ball in, and right away Booyah Bomb. We see the stamp come out from the Splatoon Wiper. It is going to get taken out. That is a bit of a stamp moment, but now Bet is starting to get some more clams in. They got it down to 55, 52, and they still have the man advantage versus Hex. Hex is still respawning. They still have one person dead, and everyone's just slowly coming in for spawn, and Bet took that time to just grab a ton of clams. We do see a lot on the Wiper, and they're going to get this point total all the way down to 16, which is a very strong push on a map like Eeltail Alley. Although it does look like that's where the push is going to end. still very respectable with just 2 minutes left on the clock.
We do see the machine getting more picks, and they still have control of mid, even after all of that. And it's going to be an uphill battle for Hex to try to take it back, especially with Bet having been killed. Like, they still have their specials at the ready, but they do. The machine gets their Booyah canceled, Tail as well as time, and Hex is starting to get their specials ready and being able to push in. We do see Hex's patience really start to backfire on them as they're not taking all the opportunities they could to get in. But there they go with their first push, and they do have quite a few clams at the ready and a few specials to maybe make this count.
Yeah, but even though they have so much control of mid, they don't quite have any clams. They are going to jump the pity, but that is still quite a few points separating them from the lead. They still need to get, I believe I'm good at math, 27 more points, and 3 of them are going to go down. It's just the 52 gal, and that's where the push is going to end. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and not only does Bet have a lot of control and a lot of clams, they have the pity clam at their arsenal, and they're starting to build some specials too. Both of the machines have booyahs, and there are no specials on the side of Texas who are defending against this. The Junior did just get Wavebreaker and pop it, but if they can get more people down, then they can really convert these booyah bombs into something amazing and just sort of put game 3 away and really cement themselves as threats in the set. You do see this machine just sort of go uncontested on that left side. They do get killed by the killer whale from the 52 gal. The 52 is trying to move forward, but just gets picked off, and there's only 30 seconds left for Hex to make something happen.
Yeah, no, this is not a good spot to be in if you're Hex. There's so much that would go into that clam push that you just don't have time to set up if you're, especially if you're as patient of a team as Hex as them, as they are. Like, they have the specials, but it takes 13 seconds for a crowd to run out. And if you're both popping them, you're going to be frozen in place for a bit, and you have 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's 2-2, and it's really, they only have a few more seconds to get in and make sure they have the control to make a sustained push, and not just a one and done, just the pity clam.
Yeah, it's just the Junior doing a merry little dance, but the Junior is going to get taken out. There's just so much control of Bet, and the area around the power clam is just painted yellow. It's the Splash going for a 1v1 versus the machine, but the second machine gets him with the assist, the crab breaks, and Bet gets themselves on the board in the set, taking game 3 on Clamblitz Eeltail. And this set is going to continue going, and Bet is starting to get some momentum on their side.
Clamblitz is such a fascinating mode because, a team that may not work as effectively on zones could work really, really well on clams, where it's all about making sure that you're playing in a way where you capitalize on your advantages, but without going in too hard, and they were just amazing at that. The first time it was a little bit of a dud with it only making 20 points of the power clan going in, but that second push was exactly what you want to see, where they were able to sustain it for so long using their specials, using picks, and making sure that people are going back and staggering their clam throws so that they're able to keep the basket open for such a long period of time. There's just so much complexity that goes into it that won't exactly go into splat zones, but splat zones is exactly what we're going back to as we go to splat zones on Museum del Alfino. Wait, that's Alfonso. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Museum Isle Delfino on game 4, and splat zones is exactly what's on the menu. We are going right to Museum, going back home to the good old days of Splatoon 1 where, quick respawn was a lot more annoying than it is today, and invincibility specials were actually invincible. Those troubled times, for us war veterans, but we did see Hex have a significant amount of control and presence of mind on the first game of Splat Zones, but it is worth knowing that Bet did kind of have their number for the majority of the game. So it's kind of an interesting spear versus shield dynamic where Bet is content to just keep making pushes and keep making aggressive plays, and Hex is just waiting for the right opportunity. And on a map like Museum, it's hard to say which strategy is going to be better.
I'm also interested to see if we're going to see any comp changes, because Museum is a map where long-range weapons like E-Leaders and your long-range Splatlings and all the long-range weapons are going to really prosper just because of those amazing sightlines all the way throughout the map and all the way across mid. And I'm wondering, like, both of these teams have run anchorless so far, and I'm wondering if this is a mode that might convince them to change. But we'll see here as we're getting right into it.
Yeah, here we go. Game 4. Once again, Hex is at set point, up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. So it's going to be a decision of whether Hex is going to put it away or if Bet's going to move this to a game 5. And we do see the same comp on Hex. They're content with that quad junior comp, and we do see Bet go back to that Splatoon Stamper, trying to make it work after it didn't quite work out for them in the first 2 games of the series. And we're going to see once again the ceremonial mad dash for the zone as the crab player is just silently building crab in the spawn. You'll love to see it. You know, if you don't love to see it, well, you're going to see it a lot more. And here we go. First crab battle of the game, 20 seconds in.
1 crab versus 2 crabs, and the Stamper already goes down, and there's specials everywhere, and it looks like Hex is taking the first zone pick, and they're going to be trying to rush and get on to Bet's plat and just take them by storm. They said, we played really patiently these last couple games, and this game we're just pulling, not pulling any punches and going for as fast as we can.
Yeah, it's not even a minute in, and they're already going to get close to the 50-point marker, and that is just kind of stuck. You know, one of the big failings in Museum is just that forced drop into mid, but Bet is going to be able to get some control back into mid, and we just see just sort of a battle of the Splash-O-Matic. They are able to pick one off of the Burst Bomb, and all of a sudden, that's a full wipeout for Hex. All of the players on Bet go down. That crowd not really accomplishing much, but now everyone from Bet is going to come from spawn, and Hex is once again going to use this opportunity to just take control of Bet's plat and just further chew through their penalty and get the point total under 50.
Hex still had specials at the ready when they push onto the plat, and they're gonna be the clock is ticking down again. You're really worried if you're on Bet, and the only memory alive is the machine, and they have their Brie up on, but they don't exactly want to waste it on just trying to get out. They want to be able to, you know, throw that in a way that'll be more impactful, but they're just not able to as they do get taken down. The Splash comes out with their crab, and it manages to actually evacuate most of Hex from their plat, but it's not going to be quite enough. They only have 10 seconds left, 10 more ticks until this set is not theirs anymore. And they're just going to be throwing everything they have on it, but it won't be enough as they end the game with a full wipe.
That was just a beautiful game on the side of Hex. They had control, and they were not willing to relinquish it once. That beautiful wipe out at the end to finish it off, and Hex is going to be moving on to Winners Finals, taking it 3-1 over Bet. Don't worry if you're a Bet fan, Bet is still in this tournament, but Hex is proving why they are the reigning champions, why they won the last edition of this series. Just beautiful plays on the side of Hex, and they're just going to be continuing moving on through the winner's side of bracket. But don't worry, we will be taking a short break, but we will be coming back to you guys right after it. But we will be hitting you guys right again with Splatoon 3 action, so don't go anywhere. Just wait for us.
See you after the break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello and welcome back to Squid Junction. We are here in winners finals. Tempest versus Hex is going to be a bit an absolute bombshell of a match after the last one that we saw, and all this as before. It's been a fantastic night. I'm Weef and I'm here with Broken Pinky. What are your thoughts on this match?
Oh boy, do I have some thoughts about this. This is winners finals of this tournament once again, and this is Tempest versus Hex. This is seeds 1 and 2. This is a Div X team versus the reigning champions of Squid Junction 34. This is going to be a hype set, and I can't wait to see what's happening, but we might just be getting started right away. We're going into Splatoon's Museum d'Alfonsino, and we just saw Hex just make an absolute masterpiece out of, I believe, I already forgot the other team. I'm so sorry.
It was bad. It was bad.
But so we're gonna have to see if Hex is able to make their magic work a little bit longer, or if they're gonna try and feel out Tempest for a little bit before they start to pounce on them. Either way, this is going to be a ridiculous set, and we're just gonna get right into it. This is gonna be game 1 of winners finals, Tempest versus.
As we go right into it, we see Red Shell on that brush. Just a classic comp from them. Anchorless, just like Hex's. They're running the same comp. They're feeling really, really confident right now in that comp, especially after that last game that they were in. Now, I hope we do. We didn't exactly get to see with the Stamper in the last set some Zipcaster clips, but I do hope we get to see some nasty Zipcaster action from Red Shell over here. As we do see just specials, crab on crab violence as always, Brush going out, Wadebreaker going out, just all the specials, and Tempest already gets knocked 3 down.
And that's
full
the
wipe.
Wipeout. Hex is just getting the opening wipeout, and we're seeing that aggression from that last set versus Bet fully on display. They take the lead back, but more importantly, they're taking control of Tempest's plat, and we're just starting to see them really push forward. The 52 does fall off, unfortunately. They are going to waste a few whales, but there's still so much control. The 52 does get the pick to go down to the side of Tempest, and this game has just been all Hex. And I would like to talk about the comps just a little bit. You know, we do see the quad shoot comp from Hex going, but you don't usually see Octobrush in this meta unless you have a real specialist, and Red Shell is just that specialist. And unfortunately, this has not been working out for them. This 52 has just been a pain in the neck. Gets another kill. There's another one in the corner that 52 is going to be battling, and the 52 on the side of Hex has been getting so much mileage, and they finally go down. But Hex is already at the 20-point mark of the zone, and Tempest has to make something happen now, or else they're just going to lose game 1 outright. The 52 does get a pick, but they go down immediately. There's 5 points left on the clock, and Tempest can't really do anything to stop it. That's an explosive game 1 out of Hex.
Hex is out here proving that the quad shooter meta never dies. Insane. That's wow. They are feeling so confident right now. They are, feeling great. They dropped a game last set, but they are swinging right through and just giving us an absolute show. Wow. I have no other words for that.
They love being on stream. They were on stream last set, and they are riding that momentum right into this set, and we just saw them just, again, make a masterpiece out of Tempest, but we'll have to see if that continues. We'll see if Tempest can stop Hex's hot streak a little bit as we head on to Tower Control Mako Mart. I don't believe we've seen Tower Control on Mako Mart so far this tournament.
Not yet. We've seen Tower Control on Surgeon, we've seen Tower Control on Inkblot, and we've seen Splat Zones on Mako. Not the two together. Not quite yet, no.
The forbidden combination, if you will. But what do you think about this map a little bit?
I don't know. I don't really have any thoughts. I feel like both of these teams are feeling really comfortable. If you're going to play Anchorless on Museum Splat Zones, you're going to play Anchorless on pretty much anything. So I think we're going to see these really hyper-aggressive comps just duking it out on Tower Control again. We might see a V Junior, but last time I don't think Hex actually swapped off of the C Junior that they had. So that I doubt we'll see the V Junior from them, though we could. But it's anyone's game, These teams are bringing out some comps that we don't really. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's not quite the meta. You do see the double splash on Hex. We are seeing the custom juniors. But there's just some oddball picks. 52 gal. It's a great weapon, but it's just not something you see a whole lot. Just because it doesn't match up especially favorably with the wall is getting shredded by Crab, but we've just been seeing Hex and also Tempest just get a lot of mileage out of the 52 gals. They wouldn't value the 52 gals if they didn't get to this point in their bracket, but we're going to be shortly getting into game 2, I believe, but Yeah, it's once again Hex with all the momentum, and Tempest is the one that's forced to respond, but Tempest is a Div X team. They are absolutely a force to be reckoned with. They are a terrifying opponent. They are first seed for a reason, and if anyone can put a stop to Hex's momentum, it's going to be Tempest.
Yeah, this is just fantastic to see. Looks like we're gonna get right into it just in a few moments here. I'm excited to see what they're running.
Yeah, here we go. Game 2, TC Mako.
Red Shell on the Brush Again Classic. We see a Zimmy come out. Not a junior, but a Zimmy. And we do see the senior and a little technical error. It wouldn't be Splatoon 3 without a little bit of lag like that. So
yeah.
We'll have to run it back. But
Hex
it won't be too long.
Slight change to their comp. You know, they are going to leave one of their players behind, unfortunately, but it looks like Tempest would rather a more fair fight, which, you know, you got to respect the champion spirit, but I mean, hey, we already got a little sneak peek of that match. Zinc mini splatling is not something you see every day.
Yeah,
but...
no, it's one of the new weapons that hasn't been, or the new kits at least, that hasn't been completely discarded, but you just don't see it all that often. But with the Toxic Mist allowing you to block out areas pretty effectively, and that bubble, it makes it pretty effective on tower control, and, you know, you always love to see it. I always love to see Splatlings. He's a man after my own heart, is what I'm saying.
that they are, but I think the main thing that is worth noting, especially for Tempest's build, is that the Zinc Mini Splatling is a lot more aggressive than the Splattershot Junior can be, with the strafing speed, with a solid range, and just, I mean, with the less RNG in their 4-shot, I think just the aggressive potential of Zinc Mini Splatling is amazing, and on a team comp with an Octobrush, it's clear that Tempest would also like to put sort of that pedal to the metal, and would just like to see going full steam ahead, and I guess that's why they decided to go with the Zinc Mini Splatling. Meanwhile, Hex just staying with it. You have your 52, you have your 2 splashes, you have your custom junior. All you need, just wipe your hands with it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, quad shooter meta never dies. Shooters, I don't think at any point they're never not going to be good. They're just solid generalists. Even though they're not running an anchor, you know, something like any of these weapons can just like throw out their bombs and just stay back and stay safe if they really need to. But they can also provide that full force, full steam ahead, just amazing fast-paced gameplay that they're probably looking for and that they probably really specialize in.
Let's be honest, Weave. The real anchor on the side of Hex is both of their crabs.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it. See, I wasn't gonna mention the crabs.
You know what?
That was kind of the elephant in the room here, and you broke the unspoken silence.
I mean, Splatoon is a bit of a crabs in a bucket community at times, so you know what? Maybe it's a bit fitting
that was an awful pun, and I hope you're ashamed of yourself.
I will never be ashamed of myself in my content. You know it.
Oh, I cannot wait for that patch to come out and not touch crab at all. That's gonna be amazing to see.
Just because you can predict the future does not mean you can avoid it, okay?
At least anyway, I can say I called it and it won't be as painful.
It'll be kind of painful, let's be a little honest, but we are going to see, you know, Hex is going to just try and get their last player in the room. Yeah. It is an unfortunate situation, but this is, after all, Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch. What can you expect? And it's a little Dapple Ink Reef Slider. We see the Reef Slider with the Dapple.ink at the bottom.
Look at it, it's so cute. It's amazing.
Make sure to go to Dapple.ink at all times, you know, just shameless plug a little bit, you know.
24 hours a day. I'm always logged on Dapple.ink.
Exactly. You know,
nobody's got me, Dapple.ink's got me.
What's like that Dapple.ink? But anyway, we all know the comps. Both teams are in the room. We're gonna get all readied up, and looks like we're just gonna get squared away right onto game 2.
If all the players are ready up, that is.
There we go.
Alright, let's get right into it. We already know the comps. We already know how this is gonna go. Well, hopefully not the same result, but we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully we get 8 players onto the Splattle going off the bat. And yep, there we go. Seems everything's in order. 3, 2, 1, let's go. And we just immediately see, again, one just charging for the crab right off the gun. Just win the crab battle. The crab is amazing on Mako Mart. And we do see the brush immediately go to the enemy stack. Gets a nice junior. Brush is still there, being a menace. 2 dead on the side of Hex. And now it is Tempest, just with all the momentum in this game too.
Yeah, no, we see that Zimmy, they have their bubble at the ready. They're going to be trying to pop it as soon as they can, or as soon as they have pressure on them. everyone else is, the Hex is like really backed up here, and we are seeing Tempest take the upper hand quite hard, and it's going to be a second until Hex is going to be able to regain control with that bubble on the tower. They do go 2 down, 3 down basically, and they're going to be forced to back up as soon as they can, but not quite fast enough, and they do get fully wiped out.
Tempest is going to get wiped out, but we kind of just ignored the tower. That got all the way to 33, almost broke the second checkpoint. It's a remarkable push in the first minute of the game, but now Hex is going to be the one to respond. You know, there's a crab on the opposing stack. We are going to see some crab on crab violence, but the Rush is going to come here and complicate things a little bit, and it's going to trade with a splash. Tempest does still lack the man advantage, but they do have the lead by quite a sizable margin. Although Hex is going to try to change that. They are going to get through that first checkpoint. The Wavebreaker's deployed, the crab is deployed, there's 2 people on tower. You love to see it. We're getting ever closer to that second checkpoint, and Hex is just going to try and maintain this area. The Booyah does come out, misses the tower by a little bit, but Hex is still forced off of it, and it's just the splash, and now Hex gets wiped out.
Both of these teams have such amazing momentum. They go in all 4 floors and don't back out until it's like the last second. It's amazing to see. And they didn't quite get the lead, but they are close. And if you are Tempest, you are shaking in your boots and really going to try to see if you can get a few more points to really solidify it. I mean, obviously the ideal is you knock it out. It's never over until it's over, which we've seen a few times this set, not this set, but this Squid Junction.
It ain't over.
We're gonna see the Zipcaster come out here. Sorry, we're gonna see the Zipcaster come out here real soon, I hope.
Oh, we might see some Zipcaster action. Here we go. Oh, but Hex isn't able to. Tempest is still trying to break that checkpoint, just not quite able to do it. This Octobrush just going insane though. Gets a nice kill by the stack, and Tempest is gonna get control of the tower once again. Trying to just bait the 52 gal into dying to his own wall, but the 52 gal is gonna get the kill and get picked up immediately by the crab. And Tempest still just has so much momentum on their side, and now there's a bubble on that checkpoint. They're still not quite able to break it though. Tempest is desperately trying to get the second checkpoint, but Hex is just overwhelming them, and that's the 3rd wipe out of this game. And Tempest might have been getting a bit too greedy for their own good, as now Hex has a lot of control, and Tempest is on the back foot, and without a sort of ranged option, it can be very difficult to get back in.
Yeah, they lost all that control, all of that mid, and they gave Hex 3 specials on the board, and they didn't even get a single point. So they're really sweating. They're just scrambling for what to do, and it's gonna be, I predict that we might even see a checkpoint Morgan here with the jumps coming to the tower and the crab just holding as close as they can. And 2 do go down with 34. Oh, we're so close, but they do end up getting broken out at the last second. This Booyah here is getting thrown a little bit prematurely, unfortunately.
Barely hold on to that lead, 34 to 33. This is just an utter slobber knocker of a set, and just nothing is safe. Every inch that each of these teams give, the other will take a mile, and this is just such a competitive set already. And just halfway through game 2, we do see a minute 15 seconds left on the board, but now Tempest trying for the 4th time to break that first checkpoint. The Junior deploys the bubble a little later, and they finally break checkpoint 2, and now their point total is below the 30s. They're going for checkpoint 3 and potentially even a knockout, but Hex is able to stop them. But
players going down across the board.
So
3 down on the side of Hex.
It's just the 52. The 52 goes down, and it looks like Tempest is gonna break the checkpoint 3 as well. They could convert this into a knockout. 3, 2, 1, and that is a game.
Wow.
Tempest goes 1 game up in the series. It is 1-1 as we leave game 2.
I gotta say that has been one of the wildest sets, or one of the wildest games we've seen tonight. Just back and forth, wiping on wiping. Just all the pushes just going 100%. There was no dancing around the tower, no will they, won't they pushing. They just went in for it and took as much space as they could and made it count on both sides. What an amazing game. We are going to be going in to Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard, which is a really interesting map for Rainmaker. What are your thoughts, Pinky?
Rainmaker Sturgeon is certainly an interesting stage. It was kind of nerfed a little bit coming out of Splatoon 2, if I will be honest. I do miss that sponge, but it is a very sort of unique map where both push options are viable. You know, you do tend to see the right route a lot more. It is a lot more consistent as you don't have to wait for that spinner to just be on your side, but even with that left checkpoint is rather easy to get. So it's sort of a weird dynamic, especially with the high ground of this stage. We will probably see some very similar comps on both sides. You know, I highly doubt that there's anything in the world that's going to get Hex off of that C Junior // 52 comp. maybe we'll
Yeah.
see a machine just because of how good it is on Sturgeon, but Tempest seems a little more willing to just experiment a little bit and just sort of see what works.
Yeah, no, you always love to see it. You know, it's not exact. Like mirror matches can be interesting, but it's not always what you want to see. You never want to, you know, a set where it's all mirror matches would be a little bit dull. But you know, here, if you have a team that's willing to experiment and a team that's maybe gonna stick it, you can always see what's working, what's not, and it's always super fun. But going back to the map mode, Rainmaker is just such a different vibe in 3 now. Like, Sturgeon used to be, it used to feel different because you wouldn't have to break that checkpoint in order for the bridge to go down, so you could really just run it on that side if you got the opportunity, but now you do have to wait for the bridge to drop, and it gives the defending team a little bit more time to think and counter it, and it's just fantastic to see, way more competitive, but you don't always get those Goldilocks plays like you used to.
Yeah, sometimes but I mean, hey, you still get access to the Leroy Jenkins breakaways, and who knows, maybe we'll see that as we head right into game 3 of the set, I believe.
With what we've seen so far, who knows? Who knows? Like, it's
anything can happen, my goodness.
Anything can happen.
But with that said, game 3, Sturgeon Rainmaker, Tempest versus Hex. Each of them are 1-1, which means we are not at a match point yet. I believe
what?
We made it to game 3. Is that a splatter shot?
That is a splatter shot Nova.
Oh my goodness.
No way.
This is a very contentious weapon in terms of its viability. Some people think it's absolute garbage, but some people think it has some hidden potential, and Tempest definitely seems to be on the latter side. We are going to see a crab, of course, but I'm very curious to see how this Nova pick will work over Tempest.
The 2 people already going down on the side of Tempest, and it looks like Hex might get their first push here. They're staggering, like they're just going down one by one, and it looks like they are going for that left, that squid roll jump that is very iconic, and getting that first checkpoint almost instantly. Exactly what you'd expect to see from this matchup.
Yeah, just 35 seconds in, the first checkpoint is gone. It's already at 55 points, and now that 52 is taking control of the court, it looks like Hex might just opt to drop it and go right, which is a pretty popular strategy considering just how inconsistent that left route is, but right now Hex just can't get some control of the Rainmaker. 52 is going to get the pick on the Octobrush, though, to go down to the side of Tempest. 52 is trying to stay alive versus this crab, just dancing around and distracting it. They are going to get point sensor, but that will not finish them off, unfortunately. And Hex is able to pick up the Rainmaker again, and it looks like they're just kind of deciding where they want to go, if they want to commit to going right side, or if they want to try and make a jump back on left, but they are going to lose the Rainmaker. The 52 does win the fight on the left side, but nothing's really been happening since the checkpoint break. The Octobrush is going to zip cast for the 52, but both just sort of are able to stay alive, and you can see how badly each of these teams just want to maintain people on the field, but as I say that, it's going to be a 2v3 situation if Tempest takes the man advantage.
Yeah, no, Tempest, this might be their chance to take it back as they do start to gain a little bit of advantage. They have the mid control now, and they're just making sure that they have the side painted. We do see the Inkzuka coming out. I'm not sure if that got the pick or not, but they do get the checkpoint. And once again, it's anyone's game. This matchup is so amazing to watch. It's just so flip-floppy. You know, it's at any moment the advantage gets flipped, and they do go for the cheese a little bit. Oh, they were trying to swim up the side of the bridge. I didn't even realize you could do that.
Some very cheeky plays on the side of Tempest. It's not going to work out as well as they'd like, but 3 down on the side of Hex. Tempest still has the lead very comfortably, and are pushing it ever further. They're getting it to 11 points before they're forced to stop at the 52 gal on the splash wall, but this is not over yet. They can still keep it going. The 52 is dead. 2 are dead on the side of Hex. 3 are up on the side of Tempest. They are a little bit out of position, though. There is one still there. They only get it to 10, though.
They got 1 point.
They're all forced to retreat, but that 1 point could be all the differences we've seen in these games. And now Hex has one hell of a hill to climb. They do have the checkpoint broken, but they have to get it all the way to 10. And that's going to require them to go into the Tempest spawn.
But it's not quite over yet because they don't have the mid control yet. There's the brush, just irritating that. The Zipcaster just trying to make sure that they're annoying, and the thorn in Tempest's or Hex's side for as long as possible. And they just, it's Tempest's game still. Like the Rainmaker is back in mid, but they have the control, and they have the players, and they have the specials to turn this into another really strong push that could potentially even knock out if they play their cards right. And it looks like they are going to opt for a stally position though, but the crab is going to end up saying, no, you can't choose this here. Give us a real fight.
Yeah, the crab wants to keep things nice and honest. A little bit of irony, I would say, but 3 do go down on the side of Tempest, and now Hex is just going to try their best to make sure that they can make something happen. The Rainmaker's already on that spinner. It looks like they are going to go through the card route on the right side of the map, but they don't have much paint on Tempest court. They are starting to get a little bit, but that Nova and that shot and that splash just paint oh so well. The brush is going to go down, though, which is sort of Tempest's main source of offense, and this Rainmaker is starting to make its march forward. There is a crab and a whale to defend it, though. Rainmaker's just making some nice jukes, squid roll through the rays, but there's a flank that just gets taken down. Heck, this is Hex's big opportunity. I'm not sure how much time is left for the Rainmaker. God. They do make the jump, and they get it to 17, but that is not enough.
Still there.
They're still there, though. The crab is going to get forced into a bad spot, though, and Tempest is the one with the pop of the Rainmaker, and they're going to run it all the way out of where Hex can reach it, and they're just going to jump it off. They're saying, you made it this far, but you're going to have to get it all the way over again.
Oh my god, this action, it's intense. We see a nice Zuka pick from Henry over there, and just making sure that Hex, even though they have the Rainmaker, even though they had the position, just jumping it off there made sure that they had to back off just long enough so they could get picks. And they only have 11 seconds left, but their players are going down, and we might see another comeback. It's still anyone's game here. It's never over until it's over. The brush jumps out, making sure, and it's officially overtime now. They have a crab on the clock, on the uptime. They're just stalling, and they're just trying to put everything they have. We might see a Zipcaster from the brush here, which does get punished, but the ray is going to be hard to dodge. It's just, they're throwing everything they have, and they only have a few seconds left of overtime.
Yeah, there's about 10 seconds left of this Rainmaker timer. The Rainmaker's desperately holding forward, trying to make something happen, but they can't quite make it all the way. There was just too much of a Tempest swarm around them. And Tempest, turning a set that looked all Hex on his head, are now up 2-1 in the series. And now it is Tempest at set point.
I still think it's anyone's game still. These matches have been so unbelievably close. You know, if Hex had stopped Tempest's first push there a few frames before, they would have been like, if they stopped at 20, they would have won. Like, it's just no saying who is gonna eventually win this. And by the way, that is a official winners finals game 1 with a Nova shot on the team. Just wanted to put that out there.
Of a rather large tournament. I mean, hey, Nova shot haters, you have to answer this. A Div X team just picked it up and won, and Tempest is showing why they're Div X, but this set is absolutely not over yet. As we've said, we're going right into game 4 on Clamplet's Scorched Gorge. Now, why don't you hit us with some of your favorite aspects of this map?
So Scorched Gorge is a very contentious map, but I think Clamplet's actually works pretty well on it. You have to, the mid, it's very big and it's hard to get into, but you do have the grates that you can also go on, and you can take the drops, and the tower breaks it up nicely, so there's not too much of a line of sight for leaders to totally dominate. But there's some interesting approach options you can take, and getting into the ramp is certainly interesting.
Well said. I mean, I don't think we're exactly going to be seeing that leader sideline thing, since both these teams
neither of these teams are.
Absolutely,
that's neither of their playstyles.
You know, they both just want to go full speed ahead. They don't want to bother. They don't want to waste their time with some freaking E leader that's only going to just pick out the pity claim and super jump into the basket. They just want to use all their teams and just dedicate it right to absolute just fast aggression and offense. And you know, maybe Hex might adopt a slightly slower playstyle, considering Tempest has been having their number for the last few games, but really anything can happen. This has just been such a back and forth set. It's been just decided by the most minuscule amount of point leads that's just been converted into such amazing knockouts. So, I mean, hey, time will tell. We're almost into game 4 here, and that's going to be the battle beginning. Once again,
even though I'm an anchor man, these super fast paced, give it all you got comps have been incredibly entertaining to watch.
That they have, and we're going to see more of it. This is Tempest set point, and they're going to be going quad shooter too. They said, we're going to beat you at your own game, Hex. It's an 8-shooter map. Shades of Splatoon 2.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, you know, they won with the off meta. They're done messing around. They want to take this home. They want to take this to grand finals, and their comp certainly reflects that. Out with the brush, out with the Nova shot. It is just pure meta right now.
I mean, hey, they wanted aggressive shooters, and we are going to get them. We see the splash already do a ton of damage with the crowd on the side of Hex, and already in Tempest's zone, just trying to get something happen. And Hex already had the football and already broke the basket immediately. Beautiful place from their custom cheater. I didn't even see them from half the map, and while they probably aren't going to get too big of a push off this, just getting that early break of the clam basket is so nice.
Yeah, Tempest, or not Tempest, Hex saw that Clan Blitz match that they had earlier where it took them so long to get a push set up, and they learned from that and they said, no, we're taking any opportunity we have now and we're making it count.
Yeah, exactly. And these teams at such a high level, Div 1, Div X, winners finals of Squid Junction, you know, you're gonna see that adaptation, and you're gonna see some great Zuka plays as well, and that's gonna be Tempest popping the basket as well. Tempest has a slight man advantage. You know, there's only 2 on the side of Hex to defend it, but there is, of course, a crowd there that's probably going to defend the lead switch. And I don't think Tempest is going to make it back up there in time, but, I mean, these have just been fast pushes going on like we've seen all set, but neither of them have been particularly substantial as we're going to a minute and a half in the game.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. You know, that crowd that was popped there when Hex was defending, you know, it made up for the numbers advantage. It just made them back out. They didn't want to lose. They learned from some of their sets earlier where they just wiped out and didn't get much from it, and they're playing a little bit more cautious now. The stakes are higher, you know, at match point, and they're just playing a little bit more patiently.
They are, and it seems to be going just a little bit better for them, but and they are just going to contest the T-Tech on Plaid that has the football with the crowd, but 2 on the side of Hex go down, but they are able to defend their Plaid with just their splash. The ball is not going to be able to make it, and now the splash is locked into 1v1. It's a trade. That football is going to die. 2 are respawning on the side of Tempest, and this match is going to stay a stalemate just a little bit longer. We're halfway through, and neither team has gotten more than 35 points.
Yeah, wow, it's such a far cry from the last matches. We have seen some back and forth pushing, but, you know, none of those amazing, like, 10, 30-point pushes that, like, to pushing to 30 that we've seen in the last few matches, just because Clan Blitz, it's so much more difficult to get those bombshell pushes off. It's still such a massive squabble in mid. No sure control. There's no sure winner right now, as both have specials, both have clams. One person does go down on Hex, but one tit for tat goes down on Tempest as well. And then we see a crab duking it out, and it does look like they are starting to Hex is starting to carve their way into mid and potentially into the basket, and might get off a push here soon enough if they get more clams.
Beautiful shot from that splashing Matic on the side of Hex, and all of a sudden Hex has expanded their domain all the way up into Tempest's business, but that aggression from the splash is going to get called up by the 52, and that's going to be 2 down for Hex. Tempest can maybe leverage this to get the lead back and just end the set here and now. They have the football. They have a good amount of mid control. They have the picks on the 52 as well. They have some specials going for them too, the displacement, and it looks like the football is going to make it all the way to the basket uncontested, and that is going to be a lead switch by 1 point. And
they still have the specials. They still have the people. It's going to be a hard fight, but they are getting more and more clans and just challenging Hex. Like, hey, if you want to take this back, you're not gonna get it easy. You're gonna have to get a few more clams than just the super clam in order to make it count.
Yeah, although I'm pretty sure that the pity into the pity jump will be the lead switch for Hex. I think Tempest would have liked to get 1 more clam in just to really put it out of reach, but there's 45 seconds left, and Hex has to make something happen. If they could not break the basket and get the lead back, they are going to lose the set and be dropped into the loser's bracket. This is do or die for Hex, and we see just how seriously they're taking it. There is 1 dead on the side of Tempest. The 52 is trying to make something happen, but is a bit out of position, forced to retreat, and does go down. It's 3 versus 3. There isn't a ball built up on the side of Hex. There's 2 left. The last one, the ball carrier goes down. The ball almost falls on the map, but one of them leave it.
Smart play.
Throws it back on the plat, and Hex is going to try to reset it, but Tempest just has so much mid control. This is do or die. They have overtime to make it all the way on the other side of the map, and the crab is not going to make it easy for them. The crab is just trying to hold mid as best as they can. Tags is just so far away from making this happen. There's only 10 seconds left on the overtime clock. They have to make it all the way across, and I just don't think it's going to happen. It's just the junior 2. And I think overtime's gonna run out before the junior can get there.
Oh, that was so sad. If they would have made it, there would have been a chance. It was so close. What an amazing match and what an amazing set. Certainly, probably the most hype. All these matches have been incredibly hyped, but they have just been like just set on giving us an absolute show. And shout out to both Hex and Tempest for an amazing set.
That was an amazing winners final set, incredibly close, incredibly contentious, but it is Tempest that will be moving on to winner's side of grand finals. Tempest is one set away from winning Squid Junction 35, but do not count Hex out yet. They have been shown to be just phenomenal contenders. We will be seeing them shortly in the losers finals, but unfortunately, Weef and I will not be there to cast that. But before we sign off, Weef, I gotta ask, where can the wonderful people of this stream find you?
You can find me on both Twitch and Twitter at Weef Slider, like Reef Slider, the wonderful special with a W at the front. Now, Broken Pinky, my man, where can the amazing, amazing viewers find you?
Well, you might find me on Twitter. Maybe I'll make it a New Year's resolution to post more on Twitter, but I think more importantly, you can find both of us on the Team Squid Sushi. We also have a Twitter page for that, so feel free to drop a follow if you would. But with that being said, I've been Broken Pinky here with Weef. Thank you all so much for watching and for tuning into the stream. We're gonna throw it over to Genie and Seth for an amazing cast of the last part of this tournament. So do not go anywhere. Have a great night, you guys.
Thank you all.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Squid Junction. I am Genie7, joined by Skepidillions, and today we have a great matchup between Vivid and EWGF. I do know we are getting into the match very shortly. We are in losers bracket, so we are back to our best of threes. I know we are going to be starting here on a Zones Sturgeon Shipyard map, but I'm very interested to see how these teams are going to be matching up against each other, because these are some two pretty good teams matching up this late in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see these teams play in particular, just because I've seen a lot of, I was checking out Vivid's team Twitter the other day, and they only have, 2 posts on their team Twitter. So nice. I don't know anything about them other than the players, so I'm very excited to see what they can get up to. I do notice Cass on the side of EWGF, a member of Micklin Heroes. So these are two Div 2 approximate teams going at each other right now.
Yeah, we've got some really good, we're going to be seeing a good E-liter battle as well. Not too many splashes on either side. We aren't overindulged with splashes, so that's going to be a little bit of a refreshing matchup for our eyes today, as we see Jara popping that crab going to this left side. Vivid trying to work their space through this zone. A big bubbler and the sniper from EWGF is out with the tri-strike, trying to contest this zone. Both teams just scrapping over neutral.
Yeah, an extended neutral here with neither team losing any members. A splash does go out down on the right side. This could be a huge opening for Vivid, and it is. They do get the cap, forcing a jump out and a delayed white for Vivid. And look how quickly they are pushing up into that core area, trying to situate themselves for a lockout. Here comes that crab.
Yeah, that crab should be good to really lock it down for Vivid. Kira's got that in such a good spot, but there's EWGF's crab. They are going really, they're using it early. Takes a lot of space, but crab is so vital. I wonder if that's a little bit is gonna bite them in the back. U-snipes. No! What a stream! The unfortunate
fall plus ratio plus literally fall off.
Oh. And then we're gonna just see the E-liter stuck in a corner, being sniped at, bombs coming all over the place. Not much time left on the clock here. Vivid could just take this game one right here, right now. EWGF has to find a way in. And now we got U-Snipe jumping in. The zone is going to be neutralized. Wheel bomb out. Cass has got that big bubbler on zone, and they are able to get that cap. Vivid gonna have to look to reset right now.
You could see how patiently the leader on the side of EWGF was playing up on that right side. I was very certain they were going to go down to that splat bomb, but they did not, biding their time and playing it safe, going in a coordinated manner. There is this splash cut back in the back, though, or the VDS Eclipse, putting some pressure on the rear of EWGF. That's going to be huge for Vivid and give them some space to start working in here.
EWGF, they're just trying to hold on to the zone. They don't want a penalty applied to them, but those tri-strikes are going to make it really hard. Eclipse and Rissa are pushing forward really well together. We are going to see the sniper still in this top right for EWGF, and this is great positioning because that's going to be able to allow them to find the other snipe onto the counter E-liter. Good push up. The snipe should be in control for EWGF.
And getting onto that snipe is so huge for that E-liter because it's going to require Vivid to push in much more firmly. They do have that crab ready to go, which can be useful for forcibly moving that leader off of that snipe. Karam positioning themselves on that top right, probably going to pop that any second now, but unfortunately, the leader on the side of Vivid does go down as that crab comes out.
And that's a double. That's a really massive double for EWGF. This should be really good. The Waveburger's going to be gone. They have lost their own splash really deep in the enemy's plat. That's 2 gone. The machine's gone. The Junior and the E-liter have to stay alive. The E-liter's doing great work. Hit 1 shot. Can they find another? The lead has been flipped. Tri-strikes are coming out from Vivid. Can Rissa find anything? Will the zone be neutral? It will be. Vivid is holding on, and they're able to cap it. Can they push the aggressive? They get 2 down. This is looking really strong for them to come back in. They see the machine. They see the big bubbler, but the bubble has some bombs, has some gifts in it. And that's going to be EWGF holding on and retaking that zone.
What a clutch cap there from Vivid in order to be able to break back in and apply that penalty. Unfortunately, not able to hold it, but they have bought themselves some precious time. They have that crab ready, and that was their re-engage special the last time around. The wave breaker comes out, waiting on that crab, though, because with that, they're going to start pushing in. Unfortunately, they lose the VDS in the process. The crab falls shortly thereafter. The strike comes out, but unfortunately does not find any value. So that is a dead push out from Vivid. Vivid with only a few ticks left. 2 down on the side of Vivid. Is it going to be enough? They really don't have an opportunity to break back in there.
No, there was absolutely no way. After the machine had found a double from EWGF, Vivid just could not find their footing again. They were, after that, I felt like that scrappy fight in mid where everyone was just trying to go. There was a penalty applied, but that big bubbler plus bomb combo coming up from Cass was so strong, allowing really just all the members to jump back into that bubbler from EWGF, and Vivid just kind of scrambling. Never had enough paint in their spawn to get their next specials up, and that was really the end of the game. I'm excited to see. I do like seeing T-Tech. T-Tech is a weapon that I find hasn't been utilized, and this tower control Mako match is going to be very, very interesting, I think.
Honestly, what I'm extremely concerned about is the machine on the side of EWGF. Given how, number one, how claustrophobic and small Mako is of a map, like, yes, it's a fair fight, but there's so many angles that machine can play consistently that other weapons just can't. There isn't anything on this map that machine cannot hit. Oh, you're too high, it has Booyah Bomb. Oh, it's fizzy. Oh, that's a score for the Maple Leaves.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Toronto. Toronto got a goal. Captain John Tavares got a goal.
Oh my gosh.
The horn is in the other room. I am a hockey fan.
There's nothing we can do about that horn.
It's over in the other room. I could put it, like... I'm not putting it outside. It's too cold outside. It'll freeze.
Aww.
It's too tropical for you down there in the southern states.
We have hockey down here.
But
yeah,
Rissa, I know how Tampa Bay is doing. Don't have to tell me that.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know that if that's a team. Sports ball, let's go! Splatoon!
Speaking of sports ball, that is going to be a splash 1v1 going in the favor of Vivid. Good opportunity, but they have to watch out because that's a slosher. The slosher's gone from EWGF. Jumps are back, going out, and the charger is very, very pushed back due to this crab.
Yeah, the crab getting a lot of picks there on that left side, or putting a lot of pressure rather, as we do see Vivid breaking that first checkpoint. They have that Zuka on that right side. That is huge because that's going to apply so much pinch pressure, but the leader is going to take them down. Going down with Wavebreaker, however, this is going to be an extended push for Vivid with only 2 up. Can they clear this checkpoint? No, that's the tower falling back to mid.
Tower is going to be falling back to mid. We're going to see Cass trying to go in for a little bit of a pincer. Is Rissa gonna turn around? No, she's not. And Eclipse, are they in a corner? They're stuck in a corner with the junior who's got some bombs. Are gonna be getting out and gets a double out of it. Excuse me. That is a interesting spectator cam angle.
Honestly, a lot of value there coming out from Vivid in that delay with those picks there. We do see go on up on this stack, getting a clean pick on the fellow E leader. That's huge in terms of the value that's going to create, getting having one leader left standing and not the other.
Yeah, that Inkmine not able to really tag anyone that's following them up, but that doesn't matter. The rest of the team's able to get the spots they need onto that junior and onto that splash. EWGF are put on the back foot. They don't have many points on the board, but they still have some time. They'll stand on this left side looking for some space. Booyah Bomb is going to be going out. I want to see how their team's going to be able to capitalize on this. They're forcing the crab down in that left alley side. Both teams are just trying to scrap it out. Big bubbler on that tower. EWGF trying to go in. They see Kara on this left glass trying to stop this tower, but it's a 1v3 at that moment in time. Tri-Chick comes out a little bit too late to stop that checkpoint, but this tower, it keeps marching, and it's going towards that second checkpoint.
And they're about to have that bubble here for some brute force on the tower. Unfortunately, the junior does go down while holding on to that bubble. Just the splash remaining, though, so we do see Kulikan getting on that tower with the leader, going to provide some jumps here as they finally hit that second checkpoint. 2 down on the side of Eclipse, and this is going to be a lead swap in favor of EWGF.
EWGF, this is good for them. They're 50% to that crab tank. They've got their Elite still on tower. Risk is coming in the top right with Kara on Vivid. They've got a flank all the way around with Eclipse. They're going to be able to camp these jumps, but there are still 2 members alive on the side of EWGF. It's going to be a 1v1. Can Philstan win it? Can Philstan get it? This spot they do. They get it on Eclipse. Will their team jump into them with this Booyah Bomb? The tower is slowly but surely moving their way back, but that's a lot of control still in possession of EWGF, and especially with a splat on the sniper.
Yeah, what an incredible stall here from Phil Stan. In order to be able to get that pick, trade that out, but essentially delay wipe Vivid, and then have that Booyah Bomb in their hands in order to be able to stall them out even further physically. So the tower getting back to where it was at 12 remaining, still having to go through that checkpoint once again, but just simply keeping the tower on this side of mid is going to give EWGF more time to work with and maintain this lead and give Vivid less time to get it right.
Yeah, and their backs are up against the wall. Remember, we are back to best of threes as we are in our losers round. So this is match and tournament point for Vivid. If they don't win here, they will not be moving on. They were trying to dig deep, and Eclipse is going off, trying to find the members of EWGF. Their teammates have done well to scatter all the members with their specials that they have used, but they still have 3 specials at the ready.
Yeah, that Zuka is going to be huge in terms of clearing this snipe. If they can find a pick with it, going to find themselves dropped on, however. So that's going to be a little bit of a stall here out from Vivid. They're going to need to play their time, wait for their members to come back in, get some specials, because EWGF temporarily holding man advantage in mid as the members of Vivid come out of spawn. Here come the trip strikes. That's going to be good and give them some time to work with. However, clearing that E-leader off of that top left is going to be what they need to do in order to successfully push this tower.
Yeah, we are very tight on time. Both splashes from both teams are gone. No one's able to really find too much other than just trades, and that's dangerous if you're Vivid. You need the splats to start going in your advantage. They have used their tri-strike. Your sniper's trying to find the space. In EWGF, they're piling up these specials for defense.
They are. Just them is enough, that GG Booyah, but you know, that Junior going to have that bubble in order to physically put up a barrier at the area of the second checkpoint. If Vivid can manage to get that ball, because it's just the splash remaining, the GG Booyah comes out. We do see the Junior on the tower, and that is GG's in favor of EWGF taking the set, moving on to losers finals.
Wow, the sniper absolutely going off at the end. I saw 3 players in mid, and I saw 3 players falling down. I do know that as long as the rosters are correct, that is Mr. Z, and I completely understand. If I've played against Mr. Z many times as a heavy and as a charger, and it is never a fun fight when they are on the other side of the match. And a great job from showing from EWGF to take this set in a 2-0.
Really loved the machine pick there. Not only did they bring that out on Surgeon Zones, which is obviously something that's very good for Machine, it's very good for Buckets given all the elevation changes, but also Mako, even though it doesn't have the same associated ramps that you do see on Surgeon, we did see Philistan playing that kit very well and using that stalling power to its fullest potential. And while expediency is important on tower control and creating space in front of you, so is the ability to buy time for your team and float that tower, and that's exactly what Philistan did. So GG's to them. We will see them next round.
Yeah, they're going to be going up against Hex in our Losers Round 8, otherwise known as Losers Finals. I believe we will be going to a short break as we wait for all of the people to be into the lobby, but you do not want to go anywhere, and especially don't want to go anywhere after Grands, because we have a big announcement coming your way. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Squid Junction 35. I'm still G7, and I'm still joined by Skepidillions. But this time, we are here in Losers Finals, Best of 5, EWGF. We saw last match versus Hex. This will be a great Best of 5 to see who moves on to Grands.
So excited for it. Honestly, I don't get to commentate Squid Junction often, but when I do, it is pretty rad. That being said, I look forward to seeing what EWGF can do in particular. I thought they played phenomenally last round. I love watching Cass play. Phenomenal junior player. Is there anything that you're looking forward to as a Squid Junction regular?
Funny enough, I don't do as many. I do a lot of Dapple stuff. I don't do as many Squid Junctions because, as you can tell, I'm mostly watching Leafs games on Saturday nights. Yep. But what I can tell you from our amazing Kenneth bot, otherwise known as K-bot, that today is a insane day, and I got to thank all the people that have played in tournaments today. There were 11 tournaments today, and this is the last one that is marked down for today, January 7th, 2023. Apparently, K-bot said we have over 270 teams. Was it? I believe it was 270 teams, and over 1,000 players. Crazy that the Splatoon community is that big. But as it is that big, we have a good match ahead of us.
And that we do. We see U-Site back on that splash. Not too many comp changes from EWGF, other than they're switching to that double splash comp. No. Single splash. It is double splash on the side of Hex, but very quickly they're going to go 2 down, having both of those crabs out and that wave breaker at the same time. The question is, are they going to find any value off of it? And the answer is no. Zone is going to be temporarily maintained by EWGF.
Both teams are in such a neutral position. The big difference is that EWGF has a big bubbler, followed by Hex, who's got that double wave breaker strategy. It'll be very interesting to see what team kind of comes out on top with it, as we do see a Booyah Bomb, which is going to send all these members of Hex scattering to the far corners of the map. So far, it's taken out the E-Litter and forced the zone to be in control of EWGF.
Can we appreciate the rapidness of that recap on the side of EWGF, using the wave breakers to brute force their way into the zone, and then holding it successfully. Now having cleared that penalty, having another round of specials. Oh, temporarily, sheesh, taking out that wave breaker.
Yeah, Zero's showing exactly why the difference between scoped and unscoped isn't as important as it was back in Splatoon 1. Just coming around that ledge and the scope not able to find the time or the space to really get anything done. I'm going to try and go for it again, but there's a pillow in the way. This is looking good for Hex, though, because they still are having members of EWGF be taken out. And I believe that's the third snipe coming out of Zero. Zero showing off what you can do with the E-Litter when you are not missing your shots.
We appreciate the fact that they are jumping off of mid in order to get different angles to take those shots. The spatial awareness that's going to require in order to be able to hit shots like that. As we see those double wave breakers coming out, that's going to keep the members of EWGF out of her.
Oh, I thought Zero got the shot, but it was Zero falling. I thought Zero got another one because they were just going off, and that's actually all the members of EWGF except one gone. That was so many specials used in just one little area. Complete, almost wipeout.
But EWGF does break back in there. Hex did pull lead that time around, unfortunately getting called out before they could successfully chain those specials, that double wave breaker, double crab. But EWGF working their way in here and clearing their penalty.
Yeah, this is going to be really close. They've got the lead. They've got Big Bubbler to defend this. This should be really good for EWGF, but they have to survive this onslaught of specials. Crab's out. One of them goes down on the other side. More specials are coming out. Zone is still in control for EWGF. They have that wave breaker out. What can it find? How much damage can it do? It's gotten the Custom Junior down. The E-Litter's just trying to paint zone, but that weapon does not do the zone paint that it needs to. Both splashes are around, but there's no chance. The zone is just too big. Wow, what a game.
Honestly, fantastic. Given how well Hex was not only holding on to the zone, but also their specials. I very much thought that the game and the mid game was going to go in their favor. They had those double wave breakers out, but once they lost one of those splashes, they weren't able to get that double crab in position to where they needed it to be. And EWGF just pushing in harder and faster onto that plat, working their way up, and keeping Hex out from creating the optimal setup that they are obviously playing for.
Yeah, it was a slow-paced early game, but a lethal end game from both teams, trading massive blows. I'm looking at the main matchup, the two Chargers. I want to see if we're going to see two Eelters still coming out on this Rainmaker ELTL game. I know it's very strong. ELTL is very strong for Eelter, but Rainmaker, does its pace outpace the Eelter? What do you think, Scott?
I think there's value to be found in either of the Chargers, depending on what the rest of the team decides to play. Obviously, with Vacuum, you're going to create forward pressure for your teammates to paint up and move the Rainmaker in otherwise very scrappy and dicey situations. But with Leader, given all the elevation changes that ELTL has, Wavebreaker does get a significant amount of utility in the claustrophobic areas around bridge and top left and top right, and it can be so useful in clearing that right drop out of spawn in particular, that high ground above the final check. Clearing underneath that with a Wavebreaker is very useful in order to be able to break back into mid once an opponent has successfully managed to get past bridge.
This is why we have you here, Scott, because you can just boom, break it down. I asked you the question and perfectly drop it, so we're ready for the game. Just phenomenal color to fill the time.
I'm
flustered. Keep the viewers entertained at the same time. Well, we have to wait.
Wavebreaker.
Yep. Wait, lots of Wavebreaker. No, actually, no changes at all. Not surprised because Phil is a slosher player. And very rarely would I ever see like Phil, especially in this meta where Machine's like, yeah, you can just play Machine. Ever swap off that thing.
Honestly, where is it not good? Honestly, Machine is very good on ELTL, in particular for the same reason that it's good on Mako, as I mentioned last round, and it's good on, as the same reasons that Wavebreaker is really good here. It's just about those elevation changes, and Fizzy, in general, very good in claustrophobic areas.
We are going to be seeing big bubblers, crab, Wavebreakers, everything being utilized. EWGF have a lot of space, but they need more. They know that they don't want to push up yet. They have to watch out. Trizuka's coming out, trying to go for the Rainmaker. One more shot. Can they find the miracles? No, nothing today. And they actually fall to the Rainmaker shots because nobody painted their feet. This is dangerous for Hex. EWGF, first checkpoint is gone. This is going to be really crucial. If Zero can't find any value on this top side, this would be so bad. Palu's Crab has to find the value, or else Hex could be really backed up in a corner here.
This is exactly why we have the Wavebreaker. Zero very close to that, has that, pops it immediately because this is precisely the right time to do it, and it does buy them a little bit of breath, clears their hair so that way that Rainmaker can reset. But what is stopping EWGF from picking that fish right back up and start getting it going again? And the answer is 2 down. This is Hex's moment to push up and start breaking back into mid. Another Wavebreaker does come out. Will it mark anyone? It does one member down, but the other remaining member forced to fall back for just a moment. Cass does have that bubbler ready to go though, and puts that out on top right.
No, the suction bomb is just a little bit too big and explodes onto the big ball inside of the big bubbler, taking out that junior player. U-Snipes is just going to be running forward in his tail. Excuse me, was that the Eelter that just hit that shot? No way Zero hit that shot.
Oh my god.
Hits that shot, and now it's just going to be the counter Eelter from EWGF isn't able to land on the junior. Both of these teams, Mr. Z trying to find something. This Rainmaker, if it gets grabbed and the Trizuka's out, this could be a lead swap, and they do grab it, they do push it forward just to get a little bit more points. Both teams scrapping for every single ounce of paint that they can. EWGF, this is such a dangerous spot. He's stuck in a corner. Doesn't know that there's somebody kind of behind the Rainmakers going forward all the way down at 26. Hex trying to get more points on this board.
I want to point out that Kalia-kun did not have the Wavebreaker at the point when they were situated on that top right. Very far away from it, lacking that utility in terms such a difficult area to clear. Rainmaker Eeltail is legitimately such a pain because at that point, if you're pushed back to that top right, your opponents already have so much space to work with. You can't drop. You have to watch your play. You're gonna pick up and you're gonna dunk it?
All the way down to 1. Hits the shot at the end to stop it. That was a Rainmaker sneak if I've ever seen one.
Indeed, it was. Speaking of, that is exactly my point. How do you clear people from doing just that without Wavebreaker if you're already situated on that top right? The snowball potential on Eeltail, it's so fast once the opponent gets onto that flat.
That was such a devastating play. But that's great for Hex because they need this game. This is we've moved back into best of 5 territory. Palu's trying to find this Rainmaker. They will. That is good. Just Phil Stan is last alive, and they are marked. They're going to have to be running for the hills right now because they know they've got burst bombs, crabs, all coming their way next.
Already you can see the Splash player just moving so quickly. Palu getting onto that top right, but if they go down here, that's a lot of value lost for Hex, but the damage is already done. They have already pushed to 1 remaining, so any point that they keep EWGF out of mid are technically points in their favor.
So true, and that's going to be Rainmaker Pop. The junior has fallen for Hex. This will be good for EWGF. They have to watch out. There are still specials on the line, especially that Trizuka, which can cause a lot of damage. Here it goes! It takes out the Rainmaker in one fell swoop. Will they be able to trade it out with that Booyah Bomb? No, not at all. They're able to still live. EWGF. Little time on the clock and few players remaining.
Honestly, Seth getting that pick with that Zuka is such revenge for earlier in the game where they did miss those 3 shots miraculously on that fish in the opening. So getting that pick just going to help them seal the deal here with 30 seconds remaining. They don't have any specials, but they do have courage as the fish is picked up by EWGF.
When you have the Triforce of Courage, well, many things can be done. But you know what? We're not playing Tears of the Kingdom yet. We are still here in Splatoon 3. We're almost going to be going into overtime, and that's terrible for EWGF. You've lost 3 members and the Rainmaker. No time to pick this one up, and that will be game.
That's a delayed wipe, so Hex just popping the fish for a good old-fashioned GG's, tying up the set.
What a good set we've got here, people. This is something like normally we get later in the tournament. You can get some teams that are hot, depending on how results have gone. It can really snowball easily. So I'm really happy because most teams, especially on Saturdays, would have played in a tournament or 2. That's usually what it's been like in this day and age. So it's really exciting to see action like this.
It is. I can't believe that I'm genuinely I feel like I'm one of the only people that didn't play a tournament today. I just scrimmed and wrote a lot.
Splatfest?
I did do a little bit of Splatfest.
All right, that's
what
a tournament.
Are you on? It's not a tournament. Do not give me that.
Excuse me. It's the biggest casual tournament in the scene.
No,
Yeah?
not a tournament. Not a tournament. You can't. because you can't be one person and win it. You can't. You just can't. There's no format. There's no rules. There's no DC replays. It's not a tournament. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think Splatfest is a tournament.
What do you mean you can't queue up on 2 different teams, Team Sweet and Team Spicy, and then beat up on Team Sour because it was really funny with 4 of your friends in voice chat and try and randomly mix it up and accidentally, not actually accidentally bully a whole bunch of people on Team Sour so that they don't want to play Tricolor anymore? Totally didn't happen.
You're so mean.
I'm so happy to whoever that was. I went 23-1 on V Pro. They got crab after crab. At least I didn't play Splatfest.
You realize that this is why casuals think we're toxic, right? I just absolutely decimated the meaning of Splatfest, and you just talked about rigging it so you could bully some people. What the heck?
It was funny. We banded together. I don't know why we chose. Honestly, I'm happy. I hope Fry wins because she has not had a good run. She got her first 2 points already. But anyway, we should probably talk back to
Fry L.
We should probably talk about the match, which everyone's going to be readying up for. We've got our Tower Control Undertow. Speaking of Undertow Spillway, it is the Tricolor Splatfest map. So.
That's funny. I hope they fix it.
It's actually funny in Tricolor.
I
it's
have
not
to
good.
give that a shot.
Yeah, you do have to. And actually, you're guaranteed to get it if you pick the Tricolor mode.
Speaking of Undertow Spillway. Phil stand back on that machine. And that machine is so messed up here, bro. On Undertow, like, it's toxic. Speaking of toxic, Phil stand on the machine.
We have no toxicness. Nobody's playing Mini here. We got juniors.
Excuse me. Mini is beautiful.
Whoa, don't hate me. I'm the one who loves Mini. But yeah, we've got... Oh, the Ealer's gone. Already down to a crab early. That's going to be EWGF really being able to rocket forward. They have used their big bubbler on tower, even though 2 members are down. But that's okay. Secure that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and that first checkpoint does fall really quickly. And honestly, given that that was still a 4v3 in mid, it's kind of a miracle that it fell that quickly. They do see Hex losing that junior on that top left area as EWGF very quickly and dominantly clears that second check in the opening minute of the game. That's going to set them up rather sweetly for the rest of this game.
I see what you did there.
That was not intentional, but thank you.
That was not intentional? Oh my goodness. Wait, are you Team Sour?
I'm just smart like that. Yes, I am, you meanie.
Okay. Big man sweep. Oh, here we go. Zero's on the tower, but taken out by Philstan. Frontline, Ealer, first one in line, but falls, unfortunately, for Hex. Hex is still going forward, though. They've lost 2 members. They have a crab tank out. The tower has stopped. Cass is on it, put the big bubbler down, and it's just trucking bombs now. Just kind
honestly,
of what the team does.
The splash still living on that left side and finding value and getting that pick is rather huge because it did stop EWGF's or Hex's push. That splash being there was very, very helpful for them. You snipe on that tower, starting to bring that tower back around town, pushing up with it, but all 4 members of Hex clustered up on that right side.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb's going to be out for EWGF. Hex has been scattered. Both teams got Wavebreakers. Just kind of pinging out the area, giving a sonar. Wavebreaker really slows down the pace of this game, but this Tri-Strikes, they don't. And that's going to be an offensive Wavebreaker down for Hex. They are going forward. EWGF are on so much of the back foot that this could be dangerous. This second checkpoint is in so much jeopardy, especially if Zero finds some of the shots.
I was very concerned with Hex given how claustrophobic they were playing on that left, but they did it together and now they are at that second checkpoint. There is multiple members of EWGF on that top left, but no longer. It's just the crab. The crab very quickly shredded and going down. This is a lead swap in favor of...
Yeah, Hex has got it. Philstan trying to hold on. They're trying to just slosh their way to the tower, but that new ramp that has been changed is still there. That allows all the members from Hex just to get up there. Zero's going to be pushing this tower all the way in, and that will be game. Hex taking the lead.
And you know, asserting their dominance in this best of 5 set. Honestly, what really phenomenal play from Hex there, working together. Something that makes Undertow very unique is how difficult it is to rotate from defending the left side of the map versus defending the right. You need both of them, right? Because the tower is going to sweep from right to left. But the ability to rotate and not get caught out from enemies that are on spine or playing in either one of the zones, it does make things difficult. So when Hex was playing all together on that left side, I was like, oh boy, like the tower's gonna go right, Squiddos. But then they just got those 2 picks and from there pushed their way in as one cascading wave and ultimately leading to the knockout.
Yeah, and speaking of cascading, we've got a map mode combination which can not just snowball, but can cascade, truly.
Mm-hmm.
The map favorite, we got Mako Zones. I'm so excited to see what their strategies are going to be. Because really, strategies can kind of be similar, but it's that secret sauce that teams pull out, which are always how you win this map mode combination. It's that extra little juice that they have.
My favorite form of secret sauce is double Wavebreaker on this map mode. Given just how small it is, you know, the fact that you want to control each one of those stacks, just like boom, boom, pop a Wavebreaker each stack, and suddenly you have so much space to breathe, and heck, bringing out my favorite special combination on this map.
It's very interesting to see, but EWGF, they're the ones that were in control of the zone first. A little bit of a penalty applied now. Zone lead should be flipping over momentarily as members are falling. We do have U-Snipes who are trying to make a little bit of a play on this right side. But that zone, still locked down for Hex.
And that double wave breaker is just so difficult to push into physically. It with a shorter range comp, but that leader is going to give EWGF some room to work with in terms of clearing those wave breakers and allowing their front lines to break in. That crab comes out, it is used to cap the zone. The Booyah Bomb on the back of that stack going to catch out retreating members of Hex, getting a pick on the splash. The T-Tech falling shortly after, but that is some good value generated out of one sniper player.
Wow, just seeing both wave breakers out, it's just looking at a Venn diagram. It's crazy also just to see how much chaos and how much space they provide. And just throwing it out all willy-nilly like kind of what Zero did, it could be very risky. Because the zone is still ticking down.
What makes double wave breakers so risky is the fact that you do need to have both of them. And there it goes. We do see one of those wave breakers coming out. We do see the crab on that left stack. They do lose one player, but they do cap. That cap very quickly reversed by the members of EWGF. Also following up on the C Junior, getting 3 down on the side of Hex, forcing that Seth back on that T-Tech. That's great for EWGF, denying that space that they were trying to create.
Yeah, I'm seeing how Hex is going to get back in there. Good snipe would always get them in there, a good crab with that tri-strike. I really want to see what kind of space they can cause with that. We do see the Custom Junior has that wave breaker. They're going to be going in. They see a member on that left side. The tri-strike is going in his own. Wave breaker down. EWGF, they've got no penalty left. If they win this fight here, they can win this game. They need this game. And that's going to be Mr. Z hitting a close range shot. Oh my goodness, after hitting 3, EWGF coming up with the clutch defense. What can Zero do? Nothing to do, nowhere to paint, and that will be game tied up. This series is going the distance.
Indeed, it is. We're moving on to game 5. I want to bring it back to the double wave breaker just because I know a lot about it here. While it is really difficult for the opponent to push into, it's also really easy for them to lock you out on. It is that double-edged sword in terms of they don't want to be in mid if you're in mid and you have that deployed, but also in terms of waiting for that right moment. There's so much time for it to go, so much time for things to go wrong in this fast-paced meta that we're in. You're playing for double wave breaker, you're playing slow, but one of them's going to come around and flank you, and that's exactly what EWGF did.
Yes, and everyone, your eyes are not deceiving you. We are going to be going back to Museum. We are going to be going to Clan Blitz, and this is match point.
Honestly, I have a love-hate relationship with Museum Clams. My thing with it is just how dominantly attacker-sided it is, and once an opponent gets control of your plat, and if they manage to get onto top left and perhaps may say possibly pop a crab, how do you get them out?
It's so difficult. It
is.
I don't know. If I had the answers, I'd be good at this game, you know? But I'm not. I had a good run in my tournament today, but you know, that's a different story for a different time.
I think we're all still looking for answers, honestly. Especially on a map like Museum, and in a meta that's ever changing. Obviously, this is no longer the last 2 years of Splatoon 2. We're still going to be getting patches, so I'm not going to write anything off in terms of competitive viability. But I think the rotation to defense on Museum Clams needs to be quick. It needs to be expedient and be focused and precise in terms of what it is that you're trying to defend. And that requires very strong communication. So I am looking forward to seeing what Hex can do here, given that they are the team and not the pickup. What is their strategy on such a snowball momentum-based map mode? I don't know. It's just this map, even though I know you said how much momentum based it is, but there's also that element of at any time, almost any weapon in this entire game can just say, I get all the splats now. And I feel like so late in the tournament, that's the kind of moment that we're going to be looking for. That's what's going to be the deciding factor. Like a triple bomb kill or a collateral snipe. That's going to be what's going to decide the match. Speaking of crab, we have Double Splash on the side of Hex, switching out that C Junior in favor of a Splash. One crab very quickly coming out, putting some pressure up on this right side. If they find value on it, and if they are managed to be speedy in terms of getting onto that plat, this could be huge for Hex, but that crab coming out from EWGF going to shut that concept down.
Uno reverse card, Pelu stuck in a corner. This is going to be an effective wipeout. Steph just spawning in time. Thunder is here trying to defend, and they're doing a good job, but they do let one in. Can they live? Can they live for their teammates to come back in? More clams. Philstan throwing clams all the way up from the zone in. Cass is going to fall. Thunder's dropping down on Phil. That's going to be really good for Hex for the defense. And what's going to be the answer from EWGF? They're going to have to jump out and reset.
This is what I was curious about. We could see the defense from Hex. That was plans, that was communicated, that was coordinated. And now we're hitting that Uno reverse once again with Hex continuing to hold this basket and stall it out. They need one more clam in order to pull lead, and continuing to apply pressure on the side of EWGF and get pick and stall this out. This could be huge for Hex.
The clams are continuously going in. Dry Strike is out. The crab has been used from Pelu. Can they find more clams? They have some in mid. The splats are going through. This is really good for Hex. They've got more splats. They've got the E-liter down. Steph got even more. Phil sends the last alive, and they're all the way in spawn. Can this clam come in? Will this be game? Will it go in? And Hex! Hex! What a way! What an Uno reverse card. They had no chance on the side of EWGF. Hex said, we are going to Grands, and there's nothing you can do to stop us.
100-0 attacker sided crab on your spinner. I dare say, Genie, did I or did I not call that?
You did. You did. You called it. Steph called it, everybody. Did you go next?
Yeah, that's Clemblitz Museum for you.
You know what? It is.
It genuinely is.
I'm gonna message Nogami and see if that can be like a permanent Miiverse post.
What is a Miiverse post?
Your prediction. It's gonna be an art piece called Skep's Prediction, and it's just a blob with an inkling, and then like in an art form. You know?
Truly flattered. And you know who else is probably sitting pretty? The members of Hex. Knowing that they're moving on the grand finals after such a quick... I mean, like, people get pumped after a win like that, after a 100-0 push. That's good momentum. You're feeling good after that. And so I can't wait to see what they rock and roll with next round.
And they're going to be going up against Tempest, the team that sent them into this loser bracket. It was a 3-1 scoreline for Tempest. And it was a good set. I did catch the tail end of it, even though the Leafs game was still on. But it was a really good set.
Hashtag even though the Leafs game is still on, we are here.
There's
waiting for Hex versus Tempest.
There is a reason I am Canadian, and there is a reason I am a hockey fan. It is engraved in my soul. It's almost like my wall here is a flag of a hockey team. It's almost like I have a hockey jersey on right now, but you know what? I want new gear to come out while we have a second to wait. I want new gear to come out for the next update, and I want that hockey jersey back. I love my hockey helmets here, but I need my hockey jersey back.
There is a hockey jersey. I have it. Is it not a hockey jersey?
Oh, Scout. The hockey jersey's not in yet.
There's some sort of jersey because I have it.
Oh yeah, there is a jersey. There's a rugby jersey.
Oh, is that what it is?
And there's like a back catchers thing, but that's baseball. Sports
Honestly,
ball.
Sports ball. I'm very educated.
Just outed Skep. We are joining this lobby. And remember, everybody, do not go anywhere. After this set in Grands, we have a major announcement that you will not want to miss. So after this game is done, if you close that stream, I'm not telling you
you're
what you
in
missed.
trouble.
I am not telling you what you missed.
No, you're gonna have to wait for everyone else to find out on Twitter. But other than that, darn Twitter. But honestly, you're gonna want to see it. I know what it is. It's really
Wait, you
cool.
do?
I do actually. I'm in the know, Genie.
I'm a genie and I don't even know this.
I'm always in the know.
Oh, that's true.
Remember, I predict games. I also predict other things.
Is it gonna be a big man sweep then?
Yes, big man sweep, Team Sour, let's go!
Sweet.
It ain't happening this time, boys. I'm gonna be real with you.
Oh, yeah,
It's pretty bad.
I don't know. I think she might have a chance here, but
No, I will tell you. Like,
the Shiver fans are out there. The Shiver stands.
The past 24 hours when I've been playing Splatfest, I have lost 4 times. I think, maybe 5. I've played a lot of Splatfest. And 3 of them were to Team Spicy. The only times that I faced Team Spicy, they were elves, and then 2 of them, very luckily, to them, not for me. To Team Sweet. Team Spicy's walking away with this one. There ain't no way.
Yeah.
Because I imagine that they are decimating Team Sweet as much as Team Sour is. But yeah.
The big teams often get decimated because you have the people at the top, but you also have the people at the bottom that are just getting annihilated.
The little Timmies.
Yeah, the little Timmies are just Yeah.
My siblings are little Timmies. They're with me on Team Sour. It's cute. Yeah.
I don't know. I always just kind of love the art. I love what's going on. I love the feel. I love the memes.
Yes.
I there's a thing about Splatfest that I like. Do I enjoy playing Splatfest itself? That's another story for another time. That is another story. Do I enjoy playing it with friends? I didn't get to enjoy it as much because there wasn't any adult beveraging involved this time because I had to come on here and talk, and I wasn't able to I can't say stuff.
Yeah.
That the adult beveraging makes things that you don't want to be saying on stream sad. So that has to stay back.
That being said, I only ever got to play. I'm gonna date myself here in terms of my Splatoon. Oh, there we go, Maple Leaves.
That was so late. That's the win horn.
Oh, they won?
Yeah, they won the game.
Let's go, Maple Leaves. Sports ball, let's go. So I only ever played 2 Splatfests, and
that's right.
Splatoon 2, right? Because I got it during 2020. I started playing comp during 2021, and I only ever played 2 Splatfests. They were the Mushroom and Star one, the rerun, and then I think Trick or Treat had a rerun. I honestly don't know. It might have been Chicken versus Egg.
Yeah.
But that
you didn't
being
even
said,
get Order versus Chaos, which I find
I didn't even get that. So
wow.
I know, believe it or not, I played Splatoon 1 when I was like in high school, and I played it for like a little bit, and I was like, this game is so bad. And then like,
no blob, I'm out of here.
And then like 10 years later, realistically, I'm traveling the lands, I'm commentating tournaments, I'm reading documents, like it's my whole life, and that I only ever played 2 Splatfests in that amount of time.
So you actually might have a chance to enjoy them.
It's honestly, enjoy them is a strong word.
Okay.
But what's really cool about it, especially now that there's 3 teams, is like picking the same team as my teammates, and then also like if like people that I know who don't have a lot of friends on the same team, looking at Sour specifically because no one picked it, like it encourages you to play with people that you don't typically play with, which honestly is pretty cool. I got to play with some friends today who play comp or are retired from comp, and it's just a cool feeling, hitting people up.
Yeah, it's honestly, I've loved Splatfest. I've gone to a lot of LANs during Splatfest, and it's really funny. I remember in the Toronto LANs, we for Cake versus Ice Cream, the test fire for Splatoon 2, Splatfest.
No way.
We got cake and ice cream, and you could only eat whatever team you had.
Aww, yeah. That's cute. I was at Shine during the Splatoon 3 test fire.
Oh.
And that was fun. Playing Splatoon 3 at a LAN setup, which I'm sure you did.
Splatoon 3 had a LAN setup, but at least mine was not bugged as all living daylights.
But it was like really cool because like realistically we were all competing, so we didn't get much time to play it at the venue physically. But like going back to our hotels, like one person putting their Switch in the dock, like everyone taking turns playing it, and then just like theory crafting about what we understood specials were gonna be like, and it was really good memories, just being around fellow competitors who were obviously very passionate about the game and also like the day of a new game's test fire. Beyond wild. I'm glad we can relate on that.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I also remember like hamburger, was it pizza versus hamburgers or hot dogs versus hamburgers? There was so many good ones.
We will get that rerun. Like,
there were so many good ones in Splatoon 1 where I remember like physically like being so excited because the Spot Fest were so much shorter time. They weren't 2 days. They were like 12 hours, if that. They were so much shorter in that game, and I remember just being so excited and like no, I had no friends back then, like at all. Like,
oh my god,
no friends. No one around me played it. I wasn't on Discord, but I remember just being so excited, and that's when I got Discord because of Splatfest. So there's a little part of me that's like still connected to Splatfest because I want to play with teammates. I want to join in with teams. But speaking of teammates, we have everybody in the lobby, all but one ready to hit the check mark. We've got 1 second on the clock. Splat Zones Mako is our first game. Grand Finals, Tempest versus Hex. Tempest is on the winner side. Hex is on the loser side. Hex wants to revenge. Boom. We've got you all caught up. We should have probably told you about that in the break, but...
No, I mean, yeah, we had time to kill. Zero back out with that leader and no leader on the side of Tempest. Red Shell on that very signature bush. I heard he was gonna stop playing this until Zipcaster was buffed, but I just
lies. Baited. It's like saying, we all know this. When you have a weapon that you like playing and say you're gonna drop it, and then you don't actually drop it.
Shut up! You really added me like that.
At least mine is actually like somewhat decent in the meta. Heavy. Lol.
Hello. All right, 3 down on the side of Hex. Tempest in control, showing dominantly what they did to the first time back in winners finals. Continuing to stall this out. Are we gonna see someone get courageous and get up on their snipe?
I don't know. Both teams are just trying to feel each other out. This is really good for Hex. They got a spot that they needed. They're going to need to find more, though. They're getting the spots that they need. They need to get to the zone now. It is neutral. Tri-Strike is out on it. Ernie's still on here, though, and they've got it still capped. What is going on? Hex, can you find the spaces that you need to get into the zone right here, right now? Because this game might be swept out from underneath your feet if you're not quick, and they've got 2 members down. This is terrible for them. Pelu's trying to pop this crab, but what can they find? 2 members down from both sides. Going back and forth. Can they get this zone? Can Thunder help them out? Red Shell is back. Ernie's still on zone. It's Tempest. They still somehow are in control of this zone.
Refusing to let go of it, but with 2 down and that crab out on the side of Hex, is it the moment that they finally lose it? It is 1 down on the side of Hex, which means it could be a quick retake for Tempest here, but the damage has been done. They have had that penalty applied. Booyahs and Trips trading each other out as it is a 3v3 situation with Tempest still in control of the zone temporarily, because we do see that the sniper and that splash are both up. This is huge for Hex, but can they create the forward momentum that they need?
This should be. They have that Wavebreaker forcing the members of Tempest back, but at any point in time, we can see Spider-Man coming out in the form of Red Shell, zipping across that map, causing so much distraction. You have to watch out, though, because that crab is out. And there goes Red Shell. Red Shell goes in, gets 1. Can they find anything else? They're trying to find some more, causing a lot of chaos. Can their team pressure that? They will. The Booyah Bomb goes out. It's going to try and neutralize zone. More crabs coming out from both sides. Both teams just fighting over the zone. But Tempest, if they get this, that would be massive. They lose 2 members. This is great for Hex if you're them. This is just crucial. There's a little time on this zone before the lead swap. They have to go back because the members of Tempest are jumping back in. And both teams fight over this. They're trying back and forth. The splash comes up with 2 and an assist. That will be a lead swap.
What an incredible play. I believe that is Pelu there on the splash. Thunder, that's Thunder on the splash, getting a 3 and then a 4th pick. Are they going to be able to KO this here? Because we do see Red Shell coming in on the brush, getting picked in Freezer, and that is a clutch from Thunder on that splash. What an incredible play. Can't wait to see that one on Twitter.
When Thunder strikes, massive amounts of damage can be done. It's wow. Just the amount of chaos. The 2 splats, plus the assist, plus some more damage, plus the crab tank, plus painting the zone when it was 0 versus Red Shell, Brush versus E-Leader. Thunder was the last member alive in that scrap, and they didn't play, let's go get Red Shell in the brush. They played objective, and that was an insane turnaround clutch from Thunder, who just been subbed in that last game before.
Honestly, what a fantastic play from them there. That's the thing with Mako is those pushes can be so weighted. It's very. I don't know if you've felt it playing Mako zones or Mako in general. Like just dropping right does not feel good on this map anymore. It really makes you feel like you have to play left. And that the whole like obviously you cannot play the video game from one angle. It just won't happen. Like eventually you're gonna have to have someone drop right and just what a fantastic job from Thunder to shut that down, getting the members who dropped in the freezer and then situating themselves with that crab on Tempest's snipe. Just a beautiful execution, genuinely.
I was so amazed by that game, and I'm not used to saying that we have two Rainmakers in this grand finals, but we do, and we are graced with the glory of two of the most entertaining in Splatoon 3. The first one is Scorch Gorge. I have commentated. This will be my 9th Scorch Gorge. I've marked it down in my little book beside me because all of them have been, all of them except one, were insane matches with multiple lead swaps in the under 30s. Even going as far as having a team that got to 6 after getting it to 20, after them being reversed at 15, that got reversed on them by a knockout. So I'm hoping that the trend of me commentating Scorch Gorge Insane Rainmaker matches continue. And don't be afraid, people. I've said this the last 3 times I've commentated them, and so far I haven't commentated Cursed it yet. So hopefully it continues.
Oh my gosh. On the side of Tempest, we have Drifty on the Splattershot Nova.
Oh, we've got the DLC weapons coming out. We've got the Nova and the Ink Brush Nouveau. I didn't think anyone was going to actually play that weapon. Ultra Stamp Ink Mine, by the way.
Honestly, like, it's so good for the bait and punish. Like, set yourself up with a little bit of a Viper's Pit of your double mine, and then pop a stamp on any unfortunate soul that happens to wander themselves in there. Like, oh man, there's just so many mind games that can be played with that weapon.
Yeah, and we've got the Recon, all that Recon darts you beat, plus the Hunter's Fury, Killer Whale, coming out from the Splattershot Nova as well. But we are here in Splatoon, not in Valor. Shout out to the new map, though. It's cool.
Oh man, Genie, I don't know how we end up on Valorant every single time we're on there.
I don't either. The Killer Whale is going to be causing a lot of damage for both teams. This is good for Tempest, though. They have the advantage. They have a massive advantage, and all the splats came in little time far apart from each other. The Ealer's the last one alive. They have that Wavebreaker at the ready, but they need their teammates to come back in. This Rainmaker will be popped, and Tempest's push is going to continue. But Yoshi gets pushed off by that Rainmaker shield, and the Splattershot's gone. Zero's fallen. Red Shell's gone as well. Now it's going to be Yoshi. They're the last one left alive. Can they hold on? No, they can't. Great wipeout from Hex.
Yeah, indeed. Getting those picks, a complete wipe, and already pushing up to the opponent's right side check. They have that Zuka online. They have that Crab online. We are going to see that Crab get up and situated and pop that on the top left, putting pressure, pinning the area behind the site that is pivotal for the defense of Tempest, but they're not going to have that solid ground. But an excellent shark here from that player on the right side going to be used in order to disengage this pick. But Pelu getting that pick, this push is not over from Hex.
That was a fadeaway Zuka shot that didn't hit. It hit the grating. So unfortunate. But that's going to be Hex's opportunity. They can really get a good hold on the lead. They've got 2 members advantage. Make that one. Make that trades from both sides. This is so tight. The Rainmaker, they grab it. But will they push forward? Steph can't go anywhere. The Crab, or something, the Special is being defensive on the side of Tempest. The jumps are coming in. What can Hex find? Where can they go? This is such a lethal position for both teams. Any splat could cause this to go catastrophically, right or wrong.
And here comes someone on that top right side trying to put some pressure on the Rainmaker. Red Shell does push in with that hammer and does get that pick. So that push coming to a close from Hex. Tempest holding on to their lead for now. No. Oh no.
I have to mark that down as a draw in my Scorch Gorge games.
Is it?
No, well, it's not entertaining to us because it technically drew in my books. It didn't actually draw for the people to know. The match might still be happening, but we will never know. So,
well, I mean, they'll tell us.
They'll tell us who won. They won't tell us the score.
Do you have Battlefly cards?
Probably not.
Oh, on Fort.
Oh, wow.
What?
I'm being roasted.
I
I
don't
was the
have
one who
battle fight
invited you
perms
to
either.
Dapple.
I don't have battle fight perms either. I'm gonna get them after this though. That being said, we'll find out shortly what's going on over there. Can't help but wonder whether or not there was a spectator DC or a host DC, given I didn't see any spectator lag. So interesting situation we have going on here.
Yeah, and remember everyone, we do not want you to go anywhere. I know we just had a little bit of a DC issue, but that doesn't mean we'll have more great action and the big announcement coming up later. When I talk big, Skip, how big am I talking?
Oh my god, gigantic, gargantuan, continental, Pangea-esque announcement.
Like 10 times the size of Kozuna?
And like the dinosaurs died for this announcement.
The dinosaurs died for this announcement. Get that? You got that here first, everyone. The dinosaurs died for this announcement.
It's true. As the person in the know, Jeannie, you're not in the know, correct?
Unfortunate.
Yeah, the dinosaurs did sacrifice themselves for this announcement. Jeannie, are you caffeinated?
I don't have any caffeine stuff. I do have like sugar highs, I guess, even though I picked Team Spicy. I did have like a spicy. I had some like good food. I had like a spicy quesadilla today, and like a spice, not a spicy, a very sugary, like a sugarcane, and a generic brand. It's not generic. It's a very customized brand of soda pop, which is insane.
Yeah, I did buy myself some sour belts for the occasion. I know you talked about the adult beverages last time around, but this time I decided I'm going myself PG-13 and getting some sour belts. And they've been lovely, honestly. I have not had sour candy in forever. I was ratioed into going sour. I wanted to be on Team Spicy. I lost that war. And that being said, I do have some kombucha, so I am caffeinated. Kombucha has caffeine, right? It's tea. Oh.
I worked at 2 restaurants that had kombucha. I don't know what the heck is in it.
Yeah, it's just like fermented tea, I think.
Like so people keep asking me, I'm like, do I look like I have some of that?
I don't know. It was a moment for me. I was like, I'm gonna be on mic at nearly midnight for 2 times in a week. Like I'm getting some whatever this is.
It's oh my gosh, I've been scrolling this entire time.
Oh, Tempest won it. We're 1-1.
Oh, ayo. I've been scrolling because I was thinking maybe one of them is going to be streaming. I'm down at the amount of people that are streaming Splatoon right now. It's oversaturated with people that are streaming Splatfest. So I feel bad. There's like a major fall off, but you know what? I'm so glad that all of you have decided to dedicate your time to joining us. I know all of you are bored of Splatfest. This is why you're here. And we're just talking about Splatfest.
Again. You know, but it is an event.
Yeah. Like, Big Run was so much fun. It was also really funny watching people complain about Big Run.
Honestly, Big Run was so bad. I mean, like, it was alright. But I freelance Big Run, not doing that again.
Oh, I got carried Big Run. I like, played with my team, which, let's be honest, they're a bunch of competitive players. And then I played with my streamer friends that are Salmon Run people. I made it into a YouTube video because we got 87 eggs in one High Tide mothership.
That's incredible. I
got called names and slurs and how I was a something rider. And on Twitter, it was great. I know. Funny thing is, I got the last laugh, but I can't go there because I'm going a little off the rails here.
And when the kombucha hits?
When the kombucha hits different.
No, that's really unfortunate. I think that we should all treat each other fairly, and you shouldn't be called names because of who you are friends with. I mean,
it was funny though. It was a joke.
I mean,
it wasn't actually a joke. The people in the YouTube comment section are ruthless. Don't go in there.
Don't go in there. That's really unfortunate. And also, let's be nice to each other. Seen some stuff on Twitter.com today, and a lot of it's frankly unnecessary. So be kind and treat each other with respect. At the end of the day, we're all here for a funny Squid Game. If you really dislike someone that much, just bag them when you win. Like, that's all you need to do. You don't need to tweet about it.
No, exactly. Just go with it. Go.
Yeah.
Just have at the end of the game. At the end of the day, do not have to be mad. It's only game.
It's all in the game.
It's only game.
Yeah.
We've got double T-Tech. Are we back in the days of the T-Tech age? I don't think we are.
It strikes again. It's K-Shot!
Is it wait, I don't know. Does community want it to be called Wasabi? Because I feel like it should be called Wasabi. Like,
I'm never gonna remember that because I didn't play Splat 1, and I don't think half of the people playing this did.
That's true. Crab is out. Red Shell's going around on that brush, doing brush things again. Both teams are just scrapping it out. I like Red Shell's position. Unfortunately, no one's there to help.
Oh, but they do trade out. Seth now in a 1v1 with this T-Tech does lose that, so this is going to be Tempest, the first team to most likely clear this checkpoint, especially if they get Henry, and they do. That first checkpoint having followed rather quickly.
Great first checkpoint. They've got this Trizuka on the side of Tempest, really, really close to being up, which could cause a lot of damage. Oh, that's Red Shell. Is that? No, it's not even Zipcaster's Red Shell. Now it's Zipcaster. Zipcaster's spawn is in their spawn. That is a wipeout. What is happening? Look at where the jump is. That's the landing. No way, Red Shell.
Honestly, I don't know how this squid gets away with it, but that crab does come out. That's going to just funnel the members of Hex into all these corners of the map, but despite that, they do manage to collapse on the tower, buying themselves some time, stalling at that third check. Thankfully, going to be able to take the moment to catch their breath and paint for those specials, starting to pop that wave breaker, and they do have that double crab ready to go as soon as that tower gets back to mid.
I want to see Zero popping off. If you're going to be the only healer in the match, you got to be the big difference maker. Getting all those splats. Red Shell's going to be going in and causing so much damage that Zero's gone. Red Shell's still going in! Red Shell still gets a trade! There's no way that Red Shell just holds forward on the brush and nobody's able to stop them.
But they still have one crab ready to go on the side of Hex. Are we going to be able to see the splash work their way up? They do get a pick there, so holding on to a 3v1 technically advantage for Hex here. Starting to be able to push this tower, but they do have to do a drifty on that top right. Are they going to be able to break this first check? Because they sure are taking their time. Now they have to deal with that crab on left.
Both teams losing members make that an advantage for Hex. Helu trying to find some burst bomb pressure, trying to find a good avenue for where Tempest is hiding. They don't want to get caught up by any of the sharks because they know how much Tempest really wants to strike. This first checkpoint is gone, second checkpoint's on their way, but both crabs are gone. Luckily, 2 members of Tempest are also falling. This should be a good looking second checkpoint.
Especially if they can deal with Red Shell up on that top left. The last thing you want is that brush just dropping in and preparing for a flank. They still have to be aware of his presence as that tower works its way towards the right side of the map, because Red Shell's still going to be able to put up pressure from there, but they do fall down. Hex 1 point away from lead, but that's wipeout on the side of Tempest. Hex very quickly pulling lead, but are they going to be able to KO this here? 2 members of Tempest very quickly coming out of spawn. The tower barreling towards that final moment, and it does get there with the help of a crab on that tower, tying or bringing our set to a 2-1 advantage in favor of Hex. Are they going to be able to take this game on the next game, or is this going to a game 5?
I'm looking at the map list, and I see a Rainmaker, I see a Clamblitz next. The 2 stationary solid modes that have set tracks and set paths, spot zones, and tower control were taken by Hex.
Mm-hmm.
That Rainmaker game has anything to say about it that we weren't able to see the ending of. Is Tempest chaotic, crazy strategy
Yes.
of just mad scramble chaos. A beautiful Splatoon. Going to come out on top on, again, another Rainmaker and that Clamblitz. I feel like even though it's 2-1, the ball is still in the favor of Tempest.
I can agree. The chaotic nature of what Tempest is bringing to the table, primarily playing around their Octobrush, and then the stability or the flexibility that quad shooter is going to be able to provide. I mean, quad shooter, we're counting the brush. It's short range. It's funny.
Brush is no shooter.
I'm not counting it as a shooter, but I mean in terms of the ability that it has to get into opponents' faces and be mobile. That fast-paced play style that the brush is going to play into. is something that's going to benefit them a lot, especially on a flank-heavy map such as Hagglefish. If you're not flanking on Hagglefish, you're losing, and their comp is very set up to do that.
Call me out.
You're a heavy player. You sit there and watch the flanks. Twiddle your thumbs and make sure
has not watched Genie. Skep has not watched the YouTube channel of mine. Not at all.
No.
There's a good video of me
not.
just flanking is heavy and just getting away with absolute murder.
Hey, do you flank on Hagglefish or do you not?
I'm talking about Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2 here.
Okay, well...
I don't play heavy in this game unless they don't have an E-leader.
Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch. Happening right here. Right now.
Here, right now?
This is match point in favor of Hex. Will they be able to shut down these flanks that Tempest is inevitably going to try and set up?
Match point, but not tournament point. Hex needs this, and they also need the next set, which will be another best of 5, because they are on the loser side of the bracket, which would delay our announcement a little bit. So cheer for who you want, everyone. I wouldn't mind waiting a little longer. I always love more action in Splatoon.
Admittedly, when I am up this late casting a tournament, it is typically SOS. And that's single limb, so I completely forgot about the bracket reset. Thank you for reminding me, Jeannie.
Well, this one starts an hour earlier, so an hour earlier than SOS, so you are all good there.
I'm so thankful that it does.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, I'm so excited. We've known this for a while. There's no safe lead on this. This map is volatile on Rainmaker. It is so entertaining to play so entertaining to watch as a spectator, so chaotically stressful as a player.
Honestly, I don't remember who said it to me the other day, but they called this the Black Belly Rainmaker of Splatoon 3. In that once you get past, or once you jump onto the opponent's plat, like, that's where the major scores happen, similar to the right side of Black Belly. Once you get up there, you're a gunnin'. And honestly, I think that's a very fit analogy in terms of how do you keep them from making that jump. Toxic Mist, please run it.
Yeah, there's only, in my opinion, there's like two good weapons, 3 if you're a tri player that have Toxic Mist that are good on this map.
Honestly, it's
Mini, Tri, Bow, and what else?
I don't know.
I'm bad. I'm terrible. I should know it. I should know everything, but I don't. I don't know everything about this game.
I'd know if I saw it.
Hey, did you know how many different Brellas were coded into the game in Splatoon 2? That's a fact for another time. I know the stat.
Oh my gosh.
It's 6.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah. The pop is going to be very big, and it's going to be in Tempest's favor. Good little special pop. And we've got the Nova coming back up with us. The comp that we did see a little bit of, but didn't see the ending of. I'm very excited for this.
And what that Nova is going to do is be able to point sensor those flanks in order to give Tempest time to react to any sort of incoming flank. We do see the Siege Junior and the Splash both going down with their specials, followed shortly thereafter by the leader. This is huge for Tempest as they get that wipeout. Red Shell already onto the plat. How far is this going to snowball?
Rainmaker is going all the way down to 20s, into the 20s. It's going to be shut down, but this Wavebreaker is going to cause a lot of distraction. Tempest, they're not at a member advantage, really. Whoa, everybody goes down. Lots of members going down from both sides, but Hex comes out on top of the final 2 members. This will be good. I don't think they'll get to the this first checkpoint, though. Crab is out. The Junior with the Rainmaker just trying to hold on. Jumps are in. Who can find the spots that they need? We do see that Earns on the left side here with that splatter shot, trying to find some space. Red Shell's going in with the Zipcaster, goes around. The Rainmaker does fall. Both teams chaotically scrapping around. Hex has to be forced back, though. So far back.
Tempest showing with that quickness that they do not want this going to a bracket reset. They are also tired and want to go to bed. So trying to get that push done as quickly as possible, and they do get 3 down, but they're still sharking behind that hut. The Rainmaker knows exactly where they are. We do see Yoshi there already prepping for that left flank. That pin is going to be very useful once the fish manages to get onto Plat. Yoshi clearing the way here as that trip sight comes out, but it does not get the fish. It does now, but still a 2-2 situation with Tempest stealing the hair of Hex.
This is a dangerous position if you're Hex. You can't let that Rainmaker, like, kind of just sit there, because at any point in time, you could see a red shell. There's a red shell! There is a red shell by an open Rainmaker. I am very scared, and it's getting splats.
But hey, man, getting that pick on that leader, taking out that wave breaker, that's still going to give Tempest just time to hold this. They don't need to keep pushing the Rainmaker. They already have a very good lead and checkpoint advantage. So the longer they keep this Rainmaker on the side of the map of Tempest, the less time Tempest has to push.
Mark it down. Skep said that this was a safe lead on this map already. GG's.
Oh.
21 safe lead now. Tempest can go home.
It's not a safe lead. It's not a safe lead, but what is safe is the fact they have a checkpoint, and then this killer whale coming out, going to get a member of Hex, but Red Shell going down as well. Tempest does need to get this moving, because they cannot just leave this sitting in mid, because this is my fear.
That was 3 down. 3 down on the side of Tempest. This is Hex. They have to go. They didn't go quick. The members are back. Red Shell's still alive. Zero has his Rainmaker. Good to have the E-Litter, even though now they won't be able to find some snipe, but they'll have that quick and mobile ability, maneuver ability to get that Rainmaker down onto that pedestal. Red Shell's gonna be taken out. Are you trying to find this Rainmaker pop? The rest of the members of Hex are sent so far back, just one left alive, and that will be a complete team reset.
This is now the time to start worrying. If you are Tempest, you are 1 member down, makes that 2, but now most importantly, you no longer have that checkpoint as a focal point of defense in order to keep Hex out of there. They do have a minute left and they are in control of objective. 1 member down on the side of Hex, but at any point, given the nature of Hagglefish, you can find yourself with the Rainmaker being flanked in an unfortunate situation. The Rainmaker's still on the side of the map of Tempest. This is a huge opportunity for Hex if they can manage to get in there. Thankfully, the Rainmaker does make the smart decision to drop towards that right side of the map. If they go down there, it's going to be much more difficult for Hex to get it working up. That's going to give Tempest time to come out of spawn, but what a stall. Honestly, that had me very nervous.
Ooh, and that's a 3-up advantage for Tempest. This is good, but they're just going to hold the Rainmaker in that spot. That's honestly so smart, because the bomb pressure that you can cause just in that pit, and the Rainmaker's still on pop. Hex has to get there. They have to. If they don't, the game will just go in favor of Tempest. So smart.
And here we go, we have a Red Shell. Oh, we no longer have Red Shell up on that elbow. 2 members down on the side of Hex. Will that be 3? No, it is Tempest that is going to drop members. 2-2 situation near objective. The splash fighting these 2 members going to go down. Tempest maintaining control of mid here in the final moments of the game. Hex likely going to be unable in order to pick up this fish. Red still standing there. GG's. Tempest taking this to a game 5, hoping to tie up the set here. The decentralized nature of Rainmaker playing right into their favor.
That early lead that they got. You're right. I shouldn't have doubted you. No doubters in the house here. Skep said what was going to happen. I should have believed him. Oh. You know what? That's how it goes. We are tied here 2-2. Remember, everybody, do not turn the stream off when if this match goes in the favor of Tempest. Especially if Hex, because there's going to still be more matches going on. Because we have a major announcement coming up after. I don't know what it is. I'm still waiting. I'm pretty sure it's coming from the moon or Mars. I don't know. Elon messaging system is terrible.
I'll tell you what it is. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
A squid on the moon. Hey, yo!
Hey, let's go!
Let's go!
That's what I've been waiting for!
Woo! Yeah, woo! Forget about sending a car to Mars. We're putting squid on the moon, Genie. Funded here by Dapple. Alice is paying all of her money. All of it. To get a squid on the moon.
Just put a beacon up there. Easy.
But how do we...
You put somebody up there first. Like you gotta send the Octobrush up there with like Kraken or something.
And send Red Shell up. Just poop out a beacon.
Red Shell we need Tempest to win, so Red Shell can zipcast up there for us.
Red Shell, we are funding you to put a beacon on the moon.
Yeah.
Please sacrifice yourself for all of Squid Manity.
Yeah.
That does not make any sense.
No, that does not. But what does make sense, it doesn't really make sense. Our final game of this that is Clamblitz Undertow. I know none of them would have selected it.
Yeah, we're going back to Undertow. We did see Hex win it in a, honestly, what had happened was 2 wipes on the members of Tempest, in succession. Enabling Hex to pop their crab on top of Tempest and Snipe, do nothing but look forward, pop a crab on the tower. How do you move a crab off the tower? You don't. You pop whale, maybe. So perhaps we'll be seeing a Nova once again come out in the hands of Drifty. But other than that, it's Clamblitz. That's obviously going to benefit Tempest in a little bit of a way because they do have that additional mobility that Hex doesn't because they're running that leader. But nonetheless, this is going to be a sweaty game.
It's going to be a very sweaty game. I really feel like if Zero's going to still be on that charger, which I don't think they will swap off, if Hex wants to see more games, they're going to have to go to another level on that sniper. And I agree. Go off the E-Leader because they are running a fast-paced comp. You gotta have more shots more frequently. And wait, I have not seen QR charger since S1. What is this? That's
fascinating. But honestly, ooh, okay, 1 member down on the side of Tempest. That was some very interesting movement from Pillow there.
Resetting the camera controls. Gyro's off.
I see.
You gotta put the Wii remote back on the table. It's not functioning properly. Oh, and wait.
There we go.
We're in the basket. We're 30 seconds in. Excuse me, Hex.
And they don't even have an Octobrush.
True. That's all. And they have a second power clamp, but they have members falling. This is dangerous because Red Shell's already causing so much damage, but taking so much damage as well. Both teams just scrapping back and forth, but I think the blows are coming back from top. No! No, you weren't close enough. The hump is there for a reason. The mound is there to tell you where to throw the ball.
That's where to tell you where you can toss it. Oh, here we go. We do see a member of Tempest coming up and getting that dunk, but whether or not it will be followed up on is the question. They may have just granted Hex a pity clam, and that they have. A minute in the game, Tempest does get that dunk, basically tying things up realistically, but maintaining a lot of pressure in terms of Tempest's drops. But 3 down on the side of Tempest. I dare say that this is Hex's moment to shine with 4 specials online.
What can Red Shell do? How much damage can Red Shell cause? How much paranoia? Causing so much right now. They're not even pushing in. There's no members of Hex that are pushing. They finally got it with the back. They've got another power clamp. They've got another power clamp past that. Red Shell just zipping back and forth. Can they stop the power clamp? They paint the ground so the power clamp can't move forward, and they miss the throw. And it's going to just fall at the ground. Hex, they got 1 in, but nothing else.
And what a phenomenal defense from Tempest there. And that was looking catastrophic in behalf of Hex. So the fact that 70 remaining is the only point that we're at after that, honestly, is really shocking to me.
I'm so excited because this game is so volatile. Both teams are scrapping out. We have splash and a splatter shot going down from both sides. I'm going to see Thunder, Ernie. They're just trying to fight it out. Both teams going through. We're going to see what Zero can find. Red Shell is gone. Both teams so neutral. And hear the crab war.
Crab wins that crab war. They do have a second crab ready to go. We do see Tempest does have that power climb ready to dunk, but the splash goes down. Both splashes go down on the side of Tempest. Hex just getting pick after pick this game. I want to see them extend this lead, though. I want to see them bring this to a bracket reset. They just need to go.
They need to, but they need the space. They can't. They've got Red Shell down. They have some members. They're not... There's no space that they have that are pushing forward. They're trying to figure out what to do with the crabs. Finally, they get the Nova down. That's 3. This is the opportunity. They see where Red Shell is. Can they shut down Red Shell? Wipeout. Here we go. Hex, how much points can you get on the board?
Now is their moment to shine. They do get it to 19 remaining. They will get it lower. 10 remaining. And whether or not the clam spawns are in their favor, they do have the charger with enough clams to bring this to an end. A crab both. Oh my gosh, 3 down on the side of Tempest. This is just Drifty left standing, and that is a wipe However, Hex is going to be able to break this basket once again. They do have that penalty. Thank goodness for Tempest. The basket not dropping quite yet, but man,
They
what
get these
is
both in. What are they gonna do? There's just 5 points. 2 clams. 2 clams. Where are they, Hex? Where are they? Come get a reset. Anybody resets? Do it. We on a reset? No, no, we won't. Zero is the last one alive, and they're so far away, being pushed so far back. Tempest says, "Hold our beer. We are not done yet. We want to go to the moon now."
It's moon? Let's go! They have both of those power clams ready to go, but what are they going to do in a minute in order to be able to pull this lead? Undertow could just be so annoying in terms of navigating the map. As I mentioned earlier, switching from side to side, and you need to switch from side to side in order to be able to grab those clams. That's not something that the map is very easily designed to do, and here we go once again with Hex with the pressure. They have the power clam. That's basically tying them up with Tempest here in terms of the clam economy. Just what a fantastic lead that Hex is holding on to. Will they be able to hold on to it for the rest of this game?
No, Inkvac goes down. Zero's gone. The barrier has been broken in the favor of Tempest. Defensive crab and offensive crab. Who's going to get the value? Pelu's crab is still alive, and it's doing a lot of damage. The members of Tempest are trying to come in. They've got another power clam coming in, but that's the last thing that they got. All the way down to 36. 20 seconds on the clock. What is the biggest question we have is, can Tempest make a following power?
They need to do that quickly, but they do have nope. Oh man, the splash, can the splash do it? Nope, the splash goes down. So this is GG's. Hex is taking us right onto a bracket reset.
I always love a good underdog story. You get beat down by them in the first half, but you come right back in the second. Even though we have 3 halves, you know? That's a sports ball reference, if you know.
Sports ball?
Sports ball reference, yep. There's 3
I'm
halves.
sorry, I only watch real sports.
Real sports, esports, baby.
Hey, yo, let's go. What are we waiting for?
Did you watch the Pokemon VGC day today, San Fran?
I did
or
not.
San Diego, right?
Oh my god, I did not. I did
Pokemon
watch
VGC, it's a real good thing. People watch it. It's a fascinating game to play.
I did watch some Smash today.
Some
actually.
Smash?
Yeah, MK Leo, the GOAT.
Oh, the GOAT, yeah.
Speaking of goats, we got 2 goats right here. Technically 8 goats. Technically 9.
9 goats.
9 goats. I mean, Tempest also has 5 members, so technically 10 goats.
But then we're here. Are we goats yet? No, we're not. Are we?
Excuse me. We're goats.
Okay, we are goats. No. Hold your chin up. Walk forward. Chest puffed out. We're walking proud. The moon announcement will have to wait a little bit because we are in a bracket reset. Hex won it. So we are going to be sent back. We are just waiting for the players just to get a little bit of breather. We give them a little bit of time between the match. We don't just start the game right away.
No way.
You gotta get a refill of water. You might have to get rid of said water.
You might have to pour one out for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Pour one out, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know. It's Saturday night is Hockey Night in Canada. That's the game. Is it best of 7? I'm looking at the map.
Yes. It is a best of 7 in the bracket reset.
Oh.
I know.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
here.
Aren't you the Dapple person?
As I said, I am the one that watches Hockey Night Canada on Saturday night. So right about now, I'm usually, after watching Toronto, I'm watching the Vancouver Canucks play.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, yeah, they got to do the veto.
They get to cancel 2 maps. So each team gets to cancel a map. So it is a best of 5. I work with IPL.
Yeah.
No, so this is a very interesting format.
You say you work, but what's your paycheck look like?
Shut up. 0. I'm a volunteer. I serve the community.
Yes, we serve them well. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, whenever you get TOs that give you prize pools for a tournament, just know it's completely out of their pocket. Their love for you sometimes.
They also hate you.
When they do.
You and help desk. Complaining about lag. A situation that the COs cannot control.
Yeah. Some people say it's bad to have your name posted in the local market for shoplifting. I say it's bad to have your name posted in the "this guy was complaining in help desk" chat.
Yes. If we tried this format where players struck maps in SOS, oh man, it would take forever.
Well, this is only finals. We only
Okay.
winners finals, losers finals. I know it goes in. That's why we can have maps the same. I know that's why we can have maps the same, and that's why you kind of get modes. You can get multiple modes again. Like if teams don't want to all play spot zones, then you can get that. But I'm looking at this, and this massively favors Hex. We have 2 tower controls and 1 zones.
Well, Hex won the tower control last round.
Yeah, they won the tower control and the zones. They lost the Clamblitz and the Rainmaker, and there was 2 Rainmaker, 1 Clamblitz, making. Oh, sorry, no, they won the last Clamblitz. See, I've forgotten what I was just watching 3 minutes ago. I shouldn't have gotten up at 6 o'clock in the morning today.
When the kombucha hits.
Yo, the kombucha has not hit. I am sorry, everybody. We're talking about a moon presentation which is soon, and we are trying to commentate the best North American late night tournament around. I don't know what's happening, but I know it's going to be good. And it's just, you know what, good players just like do crazy things, and you just go ooh ah. That's what I'll do.
That's
for the rest of
us
the day.
right now.
That's us right now. Well, I speak for myself. Skep is still here.
No, honestly, it's we go stupid, we go crazy, you know.
We go stupid, we go crazy mode.
That's what it is right now. So for this last best of 5, Genie, what do you say? We go stupid, we go crazy.
I want to say, everybody at home, get up. Don't get up. Oh,
Rachel
get
on the blaster.
Luna blaster.
Woo!
Right there with the Luna blaster. Me loves some.
They are done playing around, going for that damage combo with Henry on the machine. They have ditched the Nova. They have ditched the 52. We have Drifty on the 52 now. Man, oh man.
Oh.
The Luna?
The Luna, though. We are going
When the
to the
kombucha
moon, people. What did I say?
Man, we literally are, but the Luna sound.
Oh no, it's a wipeout. GG. We're not going to the moon. Hex said no, we're not going to the moon. The Thunder is going to be pushing all the way up. Wow, what a crazy fight. All the members of Tempest went down within, like, I want to say half a second of each other.
Yes. It was very expedient, and here we could very quickly see Hex clearing that first checkpoint, but things don't start getting sweaty until the second one falls. We have that whale coming out from Drifty in order to be able to stall this checkpoint out. Thankfully it does, but the Booyah coming out is just Red Shell with the Ultra Stamp. Where's the C Junior? Where is the C Junior?
It was a wipeout, Scott.
Oh, the C Junior's in spawn.
It's okay, we're all here. Red Shell going off with that nice little double, stamping the competition away. This first checkpoint is going to be looking good for Tempest. It will be slightly contested, especially with Thunder coming in. But that crab is going to cause a lot of space. But Hex, they're punishing that. They're punishing that with more torpedoes, more bombs, more burst bombs, more spot bombs. Counter, whale coming out, tri-strike, making it so that tower is going to be resetting. Hex, their defensive posture is looking good. 2 members up, or 2 members down from both sides. Both teams scrapping it out. Machine, 52 go. Junior, shot. T-Dex down. Red Shell's back. Drifter's back, burst bombs coming out. This tower, this first checkpoint is being so heavily contested. Finally, Tempest takes it.
And that they do. They are barreling towards that second checkpoint. They have all 4 members standing for the first time in a while. 3 minutes remaining in this game, and that is a lead switch in favor of Tempest. Will they clear the checkpoint, though? Most likely not, because we can see Thunder capping that tower. That is a wipe on the side of Tempest. Advantage once again, switching to Hex. But how far will they be able to push with this?
Yeah, that's a big question. Tri-strike. Not Zuka, Crab, double Crab make that. The Wavebreaker is quite a ways away, but Junior can paint for that really quickly. We need to see what value this Tri-Strike can get out. Where can these bombs, where can these echo locations, aka torpedoes, really be found? The Booyah Bomb and defensive Crab are used from Tempest, so we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer.
Here we go. Now is the moment to press advantage. We have 4 specials online and being burned on the side of Hex. Both of those crabs out, a crab on each stack, but the T-Tech does fall down. We can see Tempest are trying to work their way up
my.
and shut this down, but it is at the end of the day, it is just Red Shell, and he's coming out of spawn. He's up on back. Hex looking pretty to clear this checkpoint.
That's alone, and that's going to be checkpoint. Second checkpoint gone. Hex, they have a dominant position right now. They have to watch out, though, because that Luna Blast is coming in. Tri-Strike is out, though. Hex is looking good. They've got some crabs out. One goes down, though. The other one is going to be shredded and forced all the way back. Junior is the last one alive on this plat. They have the Wavebreaker. They have the Torps going out. Are they going to use them? They will. Wavebreaker's out. They get the shots landed on them, but they do not fall. Just the 4 shots of the splash, not able to all come through at the same time.
Have that ultra stamp. They had that ultra stamp ready to go. It is just the splash left standing. They have that crab. That is a survivability option for them here, but they are going to go down. That's a stagger on the side of Tempest. If Hex can get that crab out to the bats and pop it, and that is exactly what they do, that could just stall out and possibly stagger Tempest even further. We do see Red Shell on that Luna going down. The 52 follows. The machine follows. Where is that? Again, the last member left standing as Hex is on that tower, trying to bring game 1 very quickly to a close. The Wavebreaker comes out. It is just the splash, but he's backed up on bats. This could still be an opportunity for Hex. They could jump into that splash and potentially snowball this, but the splash goes down.
Splash goes down. Mid will be back in favor of Tempest. Looking good. The Luna Blast are doing just the things that it can do. Sit underneath of that tower in a funky position on an angle and just splat the entirety of that tower. Any Splatoon 1 veterans out there will remember exactly what I am talking about.
Yeah, the crabs coming out from Tempest, they are trying to brute force their way back into this, knowing that they only have 30 seconds. The whale comes out, but using these specials so early means that they're not going to have the ability to sustain this push for much longer. Splash v Splash does trade out, but what is Tempest going to pull out of their hat here with only 2 members left standing? Make that 1, it's just the machine.
Just a machine. The machine is running for the hills. Are they going to get splatted? Yes, they will. They are sent all the way back. So little time. Can Tempest even get there? They don't have a Zipcaster to get there. They just have their bodies, and it's not looking good because they're falling left and right. Have to get the zone. No chance. Tri-Strike, seal it out. Hex, take game 1 in this bracket reset.
In such a dominant fashion, right? I saw that Luna Blaster come out from Tempest. I saw the machine, and I just thought, like, man, that's so much chip. There's so much potential there. But in the end, we go crazy, we go stupid. They couldn't find the value in that. I never saw a point where the members of Tempest, other than that 1 push they got, where they had enough members standing in order to be able to benefit from all that chip. Chip is great. It's very difficult to push into. The kill confirms are great. Like the ability to simply bring out those frags, great. But in order to do that, you have to have everyone standing. Otherwise, there's no one to capitalize on your chip.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the Luna Blaster effect at the moment. It's in a spot. It's a weapon that's held near and dear to my heart as my former main that got replaced by Heavy and then got, I think, replaced by Reflux. But Luna's in a bad spot. It's like just completely worse machine. It's really hard to use, and you could see where its special is not the world's best. Red Shell got good use out of it. Fizzy Bomb is what carries it. And the blaster weapon itself, we found just play out of its range. And it's so easily exploited by burst bombs. And that's exactly what happened.
You bring up a good point with the burst bombs running into double splash. Is the blaster is going to really suffer as soon as it gets paint underneath its feet, and then it can't run it down. And yes, it has the Fizzy as a mobility tool, but it takes up such a large portion of your ink tank. I'm excited to see what Luna Blaster can do in the future. I think it's very solid in my opinion. I think that there is an option there. The Ultra Stamp serving a Kraken-esque function, and then Luna's good if you have aim. Red Shell in particular is used to playing around a weapon of similar range. It can be good. I just think that you bring up a good point in terms of the meta that we're in, where everyone is running double splash and everybody's running those burst bombs. And that can just be so punishing for that weapon in particular.
Blaster, no mobility, no kills.
Yeah.
Splash, I paint the map really fast. And also have a special that holds it so you can't push me.
Yeah.
That's that's the Blasters in a nutshell right now, and it's a state that we live in. We are going to be seeing the shooters, the quad shooters. Love to see it. But you know what? We got a little bit of splash. We got Custom Junior. We got Nova. Something that we don't usually see. We've been seeing a lot against these two teams, but it's very nice to see an extra little splash of.
And that whale does so well up into crab in particular. Popping down on a crab close range, you are most likely going to get that pick. We do see Hex is the first team to lose a member very quickly, followed out by Tempest. 2 down on the side of Tempest is going to give Hex a little bit of breathing room, and I just can't help but wonder if these teams are starting to exhaust themselves given the uncoordinated manner in which we are rushing into these openings.
Both teams are so scrappy, trying to find any ounce of ink that they can. Good Shark gets 1. Can they get 2? Their teammate will be helping them out on that. Steph tries to see another one. Their teammates are falling all around, kind of all around them, but at least they have some that are respawning, unlike the members of Tempest, who have to come all the way back, because they were spotted just recently.
Yeah, and here comes the trip strike. That's going to apply some sweet pressure up onto that plat. We saw how attacker-sided this map could be earlier, and we did see how quickly it could end. So whether or not we can see Hex get up into this plat and do what they did the last time around with those double crabs, this could be over for Tempest very soon, especially when they continue to drop members.
Oh yeah, it's looking very dangerous. We've got the triple ink strike very close. Power climb is going to be entering into that basket for Hex. Just going to be the splash wielding red shell on this top right, followed by Yoshi, who's on that top left. These clams are still going in the basket from Hex. Tri-strike is out. More clams are coming. Can they get more in? They get more splats. They're just being pincered, but that's a-okay because there's so many more members of Hex alive, and there's so many more clams, and they're getting them into the basket all the way down to 24. This started at 100. Are we going to see another 100 to 0? I don't know. We've got crabs at the ready. Can they get more clams in? They've got the splats that they need, but no, the basket will be closing. But oh my gosh, I don't think the push is fully over yet.
Oh, I don't think so either, especially, well, it might be now that Tempest has managed to get 2 down on the side of Hex. We do see excellent pick here from the splash up on Thunder in order to be able to shut down any sort of potential momentum that might have been coming out of that top left side. Tempest, I mean, the same can happen again, right? They are also running that double crab. They are also going to be able to find themselves in a situation to hold on to that plat extremely well. Thunder going down again on that left side. Tempest is extremely aware of that player trying to pull that particular flank.
Wow, such a good job. I'm so excited to see where these power climbs, if they can go in for Tempest. They need a lot more though, and they don't have all their teammates ready. They don't really have the specials that they need. It's difficult. They've got Killer Whale out. What can they find? They've got a second Killer Whale on its way coming up soon. Will they be able to find the space that they need with it? They have to watch out. Tri-strike is out. The defensive posture from Hex is proving to be just a little bit too much, especially with that crab tank coming out.
That power comes going down on the right side, exactly where Hex can keep an eye on it. We do see Tempest pick that back up. The C Junior is down. That's significant utility down. They're not going to have those torpedoes to check out those walls, be able to figure out where Tempest is going to be positioning. But Tempest very quickly following, going 2 down, make that 3. It is just the 52. The 52 in mid, trying to pick a fight, but going to find themselves pinned. That's a delayed wipe in favor of Hex. They have the power clamps in order to be able to push this. They have that trip strike. They have that wave breaker. Another pick on the members of Tempest. We are going to see the basket open very shortly, assuming that Tempest does not absolutely shut this down. It is just the splash, but they fail to get the dunk. They do get the dunk, but great shutdown from Tempest.
Absolutely insane defense. They had the ending of the game almost being pointed at them. There was 3 power clams. That would have taken X all the way down to 2 points. No extra points other than penalty points were lost, but for such a great defense, Tempest, they just faltered as soon as they went back into mid. Hex showing their complete dominance and why the score is 24-0. But oh my goodness, the Gale goes off, gets 1, gets 2. Can they find a 3rd? This would be insane for them. This would be how Tempest would be able to get back in this match with individual performances like that.
The momentum is shifting. They do have, they can nearly form a power clam here. We can see that they have enough clams in order to be able to form them if they exchange them. Here we go. We can see the splash trying to get a power. That is just one left standing on the side of Hex. Now is the time to break that basket, pop those crabs in troublesome situations, and just continue to stall this out. We have the splashes trying to get those power clams with a counter crab coming out from Pelu up on that top left side. The basket continuing to open, but no members of Tempest going to make that one at last, make that two, but it is a 1v2 situation. Are we going to be able to see this come to a close? Yes! Hex taking game 2, bringing us to tournament point in our bracket reset.
Wow. Wow. The amazing plays from Hex, shutting down the double crab offensive from Tempest in those final moments. The clams didn't quite have all of them that they needed for Tempest. They were a little bit scrappy and a little bit rushed to try and get those clams in. Couldn't get the clam spawns in their favor, but the splats falling in the favor of Hex. This is gonna take a miracle if Tempest wants to come back in it, because the Rainmaker's looking awfully long way away.
Not only are they in the unfortunate situation of allowing their opponents to take them to a bracket reset, but now we are 2 games down and at tournament point. That is a lot of pressure for any competitor. So far deep into a tournament run against an opponent that they beat only just about an hour and a half ago in winners finals. So here we are. This is a map that they won on previously before the bracket reset in our initial grand finals. So whether or not we can see Tempest bring that back out, bring that energy back, win on Hagglefish splat zones in order to be able to shift this momentum and get themselves going in the right direction.
I have a question, Skip. At Hagglefish Market, do you think they sell tickets to the moon? Yeah, everybody, do not go anywhere after this match if Hex wins, especially if Tempest wins, because there's more action coming. But if Hex wins and wins a tournament, do not go anywhere, because we have a major announcement.
You know what?
Do not turn that stream off.
They may not sell tickets to the moon on Hagglefish Market, but you know who does sell tickets to the moon?
Alice?
Yeah, Alice with Dapple Productions.
Let's go.
Spending all her money to take us to the moon.
Alice is asleep right now. Probably just woke up thinking, what are those two idiots talking about?
Why did I let them on air again?
Yeah. It's just past 5 a.m. in Germany right now, so
You know? She can't stop us, Genie.
No chance. Yeah, we are going, and we are definitely going. Rachel pulling out that brush. Gotta go back to the basics. Gotta go back to what you know. Gotta go back to what you love.
I mean, that's what he won with, right? Last time we were on Hagglefish, it was with... actually, it was not with the Vink. It was with the... it
was also not Zones.
The Navo. True. Good point.
Yeah, we are going to see that killer whale being popped out early. Their splash is going to be falling in that crab 1v1. The crab, actually, from Hex coming up on the left flank. Not something I often see. A play that I might have to steal. Flanking crab on the first fight is good for Hex, because Tempest, they are so far pushed back.
I mean, if you think about the Ludi set from the other day, where you could see the crabs taking areas of very relevant lines of sight, and the whales too. Like, there are so many unique and precise angles that you can play here on Hagglefish if you know what you're doing. And these players are players who know what they're doing. So I want to see those crabs taking strange angles. I want to see those whales pop laterally, because the team that plays that is going to be the team that wins. And we are very quickly seeing a Hex tick down this clock in order to be able to get this below 40 remaining in the first minute of the game. Is Tempest going to be able to retake this?
I don't even know. It's not looking good for them. They've got those killer whales out. They're doing damage. They have definitely got the cap. They've lost Threadshell. They've lost a member advantage, and they lose the zone just as fast as they got it. They got that all-important penalty applied, but at what cost? You're trying to fight. Everyone's scrapping down all on this flank side. It's going in the favor of Tempest. It's going in the favor of Hex. It's going back in the favor of Tempest. Hex is being pushed back, but they're still in control of the zone. That being Hex. The jumps are coming back in for both teams. This was going to be good. We're going to see Red Shell going over to Canopy. More damage is going to be done, and the zone will finally be in control of Tempest.
We going to the moon, Squids and Octos. We shall find out shortly because Tempest is in control of this zone. They have that crab. They have those trip strikes. They have a way to stall out this zone. But they have such a significant lead to catch up to. We're talking 40 ticks here, Genie.
40 ticks, but a tri-strike. If that gets a lot of good damage down, that could be good. That's one splash with a crab tank gone. This is going to be Killer Whale getting another splash with the crab tank down. That is what you need if you're Tempest. That's 3 down. That's 4 down. That's every single member sent back to spawn. Some are coming back out, but we will call that, in my books, a wipeout.
We will, honestly, and here comes the lead swap. We can see Tempest has that crab. That crab is popped. Hex does have a counter crab ready to go, but Red Shell causing some serious damage up on this hill. Will they be able to knock this out wisely, falling back, trying to delay this retake from Hex here? Going to apply some pain on the zone. They have that whale for those close range skirmishes. Will this be a cap from to Hex? It will! Capping that zone. There's still Henry up on that right side, but does go down. That is a retake, a true one. For Hex, how quickly are they going to be able to paint up, and will they show the substantial aggression that we very quickly saw from Tempest?
It's going to be difficult. They only have one crab. The other crab is halfway ready. We've got that Killer Whale going out. Does cause damage. Red Shell's going to be panning around on that zone. Tri-Strike is out. We do see the Junior in the corner is going to be punished, and the zone flip for Tempest. Great job. Double crab coming out a little bit later, and that won't be available for a defensive. I wonder if that is going to be a way back in for Hex. They're getting good splats. They get 2 splats here. Can they pop this crab in the Uno reverse card? Because it's looking to be a good spot. No, they won't. They're going to be punished. And those are the jumps back in for Tempest.
That crab would have been so clutch there up on that side because then you could just apply so much pressure onto the street of Tempest. So going down there with that crab, despite those 2 picks, is really, really good for Tempest. Getting that pick on the T-Tech, taking out that trip strike with it. They are halfway to the crab, but they're also 20 ticks away from bringing this game to a close and possibly shifting our momentum here. 10 seconds left in this game, but Hex says not quite yet. We don't want that rocket ship to the moon. You are not having that today. And they recap that zone. Can Tempest break back in here with a minute left in this game, knowing that Hex does have that special advantage with that trip strike?
Trip strike being the only thing on the board surprised me. I know that everything else is going to be starting up here one by one. Yeah, there we go. Crab, ink strike, another crab. Everything's coming out. Both teams tri-strikes. Oh my goodness. The zone, it's neutralized. There's only one splash left. Who can fight? It's just 2v1 splashes. The crab war. Who's going to win it? And it's going to be Tempest. They got the zone. They got the win. But will the actual splash war go in the favor of Hex? It goes in the favor of Pelu. Pelu takes it. Can Pelu get another splat? Yes, their teammates are there. But Red Shell says, no, I'm going to avenge my teammates. Red Shell goes down in zone. Both teams scrapping so back and forth. Even though Tempest has got the zones, or they got the penalty, Hex has has the zone control.
Yeah, and going into the final moments of this game, possibly tournament point for Hex here. Tempest just needs to get in. They need to cap. They need to deny this. With 10 seconds left in this game, we are going to be forced into overtime as Hex finally clears that penalty. Yep. They have that trip side. The crab comes out from Hex. Both crabs. We have that whale coming out. Tempest trying to brute force their way into here, but they're all funneled onto that top left. Are the crabs going to be able to enough to paint over this zone? They lose one in the 3 ticks down, 3 ticks, and that is lead for Hex, bringing us to the
to get to tell. No, they don't get to tell everybody who wins the rocket ship to the moon. But they did such an amazing job. That last game on Hanglefish was so entertaining. The crab wins. I want to say it was just at the end. Rave. The crab rave. But Pelu able to, even though didn't win the fight to cold zone, won the fight to stay alive, allow their team to jump in, get the trades, get the splats, and it just kind of snowballed after that. I thought this game was done. I thought Tempest had it. It was looking so good. There was no penalty applied on Tempest, and they got an effective wipe and somehow died on zone and painted it neutral for Hex and allowing them to cap it earlier on. But with that, Skep, I am so excited to tell everybody. You have all been waiting for this special announcement. Nobody left. I'm so excited. You know what? Let's make the people wait a little bit longer. Let's tell them where they can find you, Skep.
Oh my god, hi. You can find me on the moon with whoever Hex tries to sacrifice to put up that beacon. You can also find me on Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok at Skepidillions. What about you, Genie?
People can find me at Genie7. That's GEENIE7 _ on Twitter. No underscore on all other social platforms. And yeah, I'll be on IPL for a podcast on Monday. But with that, our special announcement. Our You ready? All right. And yeah, that was. I'm so excited, Skep. I am so excited. I have booked my calendar. Emptied it in December. In December, I knew that this was coming. I'm so excited for 20XX to be back.
And $1,400, that is enough to get you a ticket to the moon, gamers. I'm just saying, we were not lying to you. Actually, Genie did lie. Because Genie was the one who told me.
Yeah, I was the one that told you. And you also have something exciting to tell the viewers that we're going to be doing.
Oh my gosh. Hi, gamers. If you liked us tonight in this more casual-esque cast of Squid Junction, wait till you hear what we can do with our suit and tie during grand finals of 20XX.
Yeah, we are going to make sure to deliver you all that action. We want to see all these teams that we saw in the last one and more. Well, we actually got to do one of the earlier 20XXs back in S2, the second one together, which was so much fun, and I got to do a lot of the last one for 3. It's a insane tournament. The teams that we get come from across the globe. So honestly, I am so excited that it's back.
You know, Genie, I have a question.
Yep.
Do you think that they'll let us commentate from the moon?
Yes. If the moon is the moon that's in Super Mario Odyssey, they...
You know, I think they're gonna let us. I think it might be in the budget. It's in the budget.
It's in the budget. It's in the budget.
Well, thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. We do love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching both Tempest and Hex pop off. Once again, congratulations to Hex. I can't wait to see what you do in 20XX because you better be there. To everyone else, sign up for 20XX. If not, I hope you're here to watch us cast it.
Yeah, and I forgot to say one thing before we do send everybody away. The Dapple calendar for January. Today is the 7th. We have a paddling pool on the 11th, and next Friday, we have our Triton Cup. Again, 2 weeks for our next Squid Junction. So we hope to see our NA fam then, or stopping by at our EU-friendly times for paddling and Triton. With that, we'll see you Wednesday.
Stay fresh.